Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Here we go. Alright, that's live. Close. Chat. I want to see all. Messages. How's it going? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to get my headphones live at the moment. Should be. Yep. Cool. 1 second, grabbing something to drink, and I will be sitting down and painting. How have you been doing? You're doing well. Freezer explodes. Fun. There we go. Create the paper towel. Nice. Everyone's doing well. It's not staring at the wall. Yep, that's just in there. Just get hydration sorted. Caffeination. Those two go hand in hand very nicely. I think I have everything I need. Oh yeah, it's literally my phone sitting on my phone's tripod. So nothing really changed. I just sort of moved some stuff a little bit. Like barely. Let's see, what do I feel like painting today? Man, it feels like forever since I've sat in this room and actually put paint on plastic. So, it's a way of getting myself back into it, you know? Let's see. Alright, I am seated. I have caffeine. I have carbonation. Life is good. So, let's see. Milwaukee, you want to see the progress on that commission F14 I've been working on? Currently, it's in the state of sort of completed. In all honesty, it's not completed, not even close. I have no clue, buddy. I have no clue. I may just paint some minis, shoot the breeze, keep the chat live. But here's that F14. Right now it identifies as a big boy. I'm a big boy plane. So it's coming along pretty well. Kind of kicking myself for painting the interior of the engine nacelles early, but I have a feeling it's going to pan out. Let me see if I can find my light, because I specifically grabbed a flashlight so I could show you all the interior of the engine nacelles. So, hey Zidane, hi Wang Samung, pleasure having y'all here. So yeah, this is the Tamiya 148 Tomcat. It's being built as VF84's Jolly Rogers Victory 200. This is a commission that I received recently. If you guys want to see a bit of a close-up on the interior, I'm really going for detail here. So, hoping and praying that the customer enjoys how this turned out, because I'm having a field day making this thing. It's actually my favorite aircraft. As a child, I wanted to be a pilot for the F-14, and unfortunately they retired it before I finished school, so I got mad and didn't go that route. And then found out later that there's no real chance of seeing one airborne unless the U.S. captures a couple from Iran, but that's a touchy subject for another day. So, let's see, what do I feel like painting today? Hello, wow, 27 of y'all already on, holy cow, I think that's the highest number I've seen concurrent. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Attack of the Gray Pile. I tend to build and paint models and miniatures. I take commissions. As you saw earlier with the F-14, that is currently a work in progress. I am pending a move here in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm just trying to get myself back out there on YouTube. It is my intent to try and build a bit of a backlog of videos and content for your viewing pleasure and entertainment while I am in the process of moving. I truly appreciate every single one of you who have jumped in. If you wouldn't mind dropping a like or a subscription, I would truly appreciate that if you aren't already. And if you are, thank you as always for showing up and supporting the channel. Every single one of you matter. So, let's see. I think I'm going to work on some Krieg. Because in all honesty, I got a boatload of Krieg sitting in here that are in dire need of paint. What are we thinking? Are we in agreement here? This isn't even all of them. This is about half of the Krieg backlog by head count. Let's find some painting handles and get this show on the road, yeah? Alright. There's 1, 2. This one has broken written on the base. What's broken with it? Everything seems solid. It's going to be fine. We're going to proceed. Another painting handle. But hope all of you are doing very well today. Go ahead and keep the comments coming. I love having conversation and communication on this channel. It's really quite refreshing, actually, to be able to interact with you all instead of making you guys watch a video and then having to interact in the comments and hope that I catch them on the update. So, this one's just about ready for basing and finalizing. So, if you want an idea of the look I'm trying to go for most of the Krieg Army, this is pretty much what I'm going for here. I don't know why, but they always look good covered in snow. I hope y'all agree with me on this one and that I'm not just crazy. So, let's keep the focus. But I feel like snow really works well for these guys. Alright, let's see. This one's been opened. Good enough. Let's go ahead and find a basing spatula or a cheap flat brush. Where are my tools? Jeez, haven't been in here in like 2 or 3 weeks and I feel like I'm completely lost in here. Stand by. Found one. Here we go. So, for those of you who are new to Warhammer basing and stuff like that, sometimes it's as simple as just getting some texture paint, just like this. And promptly dropping it on your work mat. because that really helps. But no, what you want to do is you want to try and take it, you're going to try and mold it in on the base, give it a little bit of dynamicism to it, and give it a dynamic sort of finish. Because when you look at snow, very rarely is it completely flat. You get a little bit of troughs in it from the wind. You get animal tracks, stuff like that, and I really want to capture that. Then also, we got to remember this guy's depicted as running, so we want to try and mimic the imprint of the foot. So that's what I'm doing there. Then we're going to take some of this excess here, right, just like so. And we're going to go ahead and place that on this side, right? Now, if you're worried about cost, you don't necessarily need the GW Citadel paint, okay? I'm going to show you guys some stuff that I used specifically for my King Tiger diorama. I mean, if you want to, Will, you can goon if you want. Just keep it under the desk. But yeah. So this stuff I like to use. This stuff comes in handy a lot, and it's super budget friendly compared to some of the Games Workshop stuff. And in all honesty, I feel like it does actually perform better on the base. So I see what you did there, Milwaukee. Let's see. Yeah, this one I'm gonna be a little bit generous here. I'm gonna let it sit a little proud like that, right? So now that the base is taken care of, we're gonna go ahead and brush on some of this texture paint onto the model itself. So you don't really need too much. What you're gonna do is you're effectively just gonna drag it across the surface of your model and let it get into the recesses, right? Because that's usually where snow likes to hang out. It doesn't hang out on the surface too much. Like fresh snow will hang out on the surface, so like armored models and stuff like that, I would generally do it, especially if I'm trying to depict the vehicle as being stationary for an extended period of time. You get a lot of snow acclimation or accumulation. And then on miniatures like this, I tend to just tuck it away in spots where like it's more of a pain to try and dig it out than to actually let it just sit there. So you can see here on the jacket, he's got a couple of folds, and you can tuck that in, right? And just tuck it away like so, and work with it like that. So I'll go ahead and bring this in for you guys to see. Now I will go in and touch up the bottom of that boot, because the snow would obviously get impacted into the texture and the traction patch of that boot. So let's see here. See if I can try and make it convincing. I think that looks pretty convincing to me. What do you guys think? Let's try and bring this in closer. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a camera delay, so. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and let that set up and dry, and we're going to go ahead and keep moving on. Some of these guys look like they're ready for final detailing, and then some weathering and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead and dig out our gold paints, because I'm using gold accents. Man. Hi. Welcome. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get some gold on the wet palette. Now, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Like, by all means, I'm happy to answer all reasonable questions. So, all right. let's go ahead and start getting some of this detail on here. All right. I wonder if I can zoom you guys in enough that you can actually see what I'm doing here. And there's my safe spot. Okay. So, I'm doing the detailing. Usually it's ill-advised to put metallic paint on a wet palette, but come on, focus on me. There we go. But I generally don't mind it, because the big idea with a wet palette is to keep your paint wet, obviously, but for extended periods of time. And it works best with acrylic paints. I don't know of any that actually work well for, let's see, I'm trying to get it to focus. Come on. No, focus on me. Focus on the hand. Thank you. So yeah, like I was saying, it's designed to keep your paint wet longer, so then you don't have to leave paint out and watch it dry over and over and over. It just wastes paint and money. Whereas a wet palette gives you the ability to keep your paint out in the open longer and save it for later. Say something comes up, like you have to go to the store, or you have to go to work, or life just hits you like a ton of bricks. And it'll generally keep your paint safe and wet for a couple days, so you can always come back and continue working. So that's why I like a wet palette. You don't necessarily need a wet palette. This one was only a couple of bucks. I think it was like $15. So I know a lot of people, when they see this hobby, they immediately go, holy cow, that's really expensive. And I will say, yes, this is one of those hobbies that can get very financially out of hand quickly. Hey, Sogsan, how's it going? Why are you in hell? What's up, Evra? What's with that comment? But I'm just chilling, painting, getting back in the saddle, Zogson. That's all I'm really up to today. Life hit me like a ton of bricks, and I had to catch up on real world obligations. Obviously, I got to keep the lights on, pay the bills, you know. So, had to do that, and then prepping for a move here in the next couple of weeks, like 3 weeks. I think all my stuff's going to be packed up. So, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to try and start up I'm just painting some of the details on this this Krieg. But I'm trying to get a bit of a backlog of video material for y'all to enjoy. But yeah, it's looking like I'm going to be without most of my stuff for 6 to 8 weeks, maybe longer. I'm really hoping that it's not that long, because that would really blow. Come on. Oop. There. No, this is not my primary job. No. This is a hobby and a bit of a side hustle. So I take some commission work, and honestly, this is sort of my Zen garden. You know what I mean? This is what I do to unwind, but I haven't done it in about 3 weeks. So a little rusty at getting the sand the way I want. You know what I mean? I used to paint 2 or 3 hours a day, especially when I was working on that tiger. So if you look at the channel, I've got a playlist building a king tiger. It's something like 8 videos long. I kid you not, every week I was recording something close to 9 to 12 hours in total every week and condensing it down to about 25-minute, quote, easily digestible segments. And yeah, that was a learning point. I'm trying to find a way for you guys to see what I'm doing here without blocking the camera and blocking the light. It's getting a little tricky here, but right now I'm just chasing the buttons. Yeah, I will admit this hobby isn't exactly for everyone. Some people like building models, some people like working on cars, some people like playing video games, and I can tell you I have too many hobbies and not enough time nor financial resources to invest in them the way I'd like. But yeah, this is just one of the hobbies that I can actually share with y'all, and that's what I intend to do, is try and share this hobby and some of the experiences. I do get requests to build stuff, specific things, and I already have projects in the works regarding requests. But by all means, if you have any special requests for what you want me to build and record, by all means, drop by the actual channel page and drop a comment on a post and say, hey, I'd love to see you build this kit, or build a kit that resembles this thing, and I'll do my best to try and cater to what you want to see. So let's see. Currently on the East Coast. So let's see. Let's see if I can try and get you a better shot here of what I'm doing. So now I'm just picking out some of the minor details that really pop once you get paint on them. Oh, okay. No, I totally understand. Hope you're doing all right over there. I know things are getting a little hectic. So, hope your family's safe. Sometimes all we can do is pray and hope that everything works out, you know? So, let's see, can I get these details to pop? Maybe with a little more paint. Wow, you guys are really getting up close and personal with the hand, and I truly apologize. I need to try and find a better angle. Let's try this method. I think I can work with this. What do you guys think? Is this a better angle for y'all? I hope this is a better angle for y'all, because I think it's a better angle from my perspective anyways, because now you aren't looking at my hairy knuckles going, dang, is this Sasquatch or a dude? I can't tell. So, thank you, Milwaukee. Appreciate you. Let me check my chats and make sure I'm not... Okay, I'm still on all messages. So... Oh, wow. You got GTA 6, huh? Well, that's a game I don't have, so in that regard, you're winning. But yeah, stay safe, my friend. I know it's getting crazy out there. So, let's see. Yeah, great. Now you're just getting a close up of my fingers. See, what sucks is I got a bit of a delay here, so I've got my tablet posted up on top of that cabinet that you see in the background. And there's about a 10-second delay between what I do in front of the camera and what you guys see, so I do apologize for cutting into frame with my massive bratwurst fingers here. But I hope you guys are still able to see what I'm doing. Gotta try and find the angle right. Please bear with me. So, yeah, I know the world's getting crazy at the moment, my friend. So sometimes we just gotta sit it out and wait and see what all happens. But wish the best for you, your family, your loved ones, and I truly appreciate you joining us today. Let's see. All right. Where am I? Nope. I need to put something closer in the background. See if that'll help the camera out a little bit. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I totally understand the geopolitics in that region are very, very sensitive at the moment. And in all honesty, I don't really feel comfortable talking about it in this forum. But we do have a Discord server. And if you'd like to talk one-on-one, you can find me there and message me directly. Like, I know it's a very sensitive subject. A lot of people have lost family, friends, loved ones. And so I'm trying to keep that off of the net as best I can. Sorry, just got hiccups for some reason. Where is my backdrop? We used to have a backdrop panel. Where'd it go? You don't visit a room for 2 weeks and all of a sudden everything changes. Start having a Gandalf moment. I have no recollection of this place. And of course, my panel is face down on the floor. So it is now dirty. Great. Alright, let's see if this helps. No, you're good, Zugzon. I totally understand. Hi, Soyoung Han. How are ya? I'm gonna try and... Yeah, that might help. That might make it worse. Let's see. Let me move some of these tools out of the way. Get to sit down a bit better. Hopefully, this makes for... Oh, yeah. I don't know about y'all, but on my side, this looks better. What do you guys think? Is this better? Because now it blocks out everything in the back. So, alright, that one's ready for weathering. That one's ready for weathering. That one's ready. What about this one? This one has been weathered. Just needs the butt plate repainted. But yeah, you're fine, Zugzon. You're fine. You're more than welcome to hang out and chat, by all means. I just, I know it's a very touchy subject, and right now, the YouTube algorithm is, not too pleased with such discussion points. So, with a very young and not very established YouTube channel, I'm trying to see what I can do with this and not immediately get flagged for something. So, but I am building something that you probably got to see fairly regularly growing up. I'll show you real quick. It's a commission piece that I'm building for a friend of mine before I move. And I'm hoping to have it done in the next 2 weeks or so. No, you're good, Zogson. You're good. I appreciate you, my friend. I truly do. But, yeah, you probably saw this quite often. Growing up. It's an F-14. You guys were the only other country to have these. you guys were the only ones, up until very recently, still flying them. I don't know about how many are still in existence. But, yeah. One hell of an airframe. Let's see. Ready for weathering, ready for weathering. English is hard this early in the morning. We're going to put that one there, because that one's done. That one needs weathering. I need to fix this up before it dries. There's a big opening forming back here. I want to try and level that out. There we go. That's a bit better. So, yeah. Yeah, I will say that there is a lot to be said about where it's coming from. And I will say that a good chunk of it originated from paranoia from a certain country or entity. So it's just a really touchy subject geopolitically. Like, it's kind of hard to comment on it in this forum the way I want to without becoming very professional and somewhat political. So I appreciate you understanding the situation. I really do. And as much as I don't know the nuances of your exact situation, I can at least say that I understand from an onlooker's standpoint, from an outside point of view looking in. I can see where you're coming from, and I feel for you. I really do. Like, my heart goes out to you. I'm sorry. Like, the problem with war is a lot of non-combatants and disinterested parties become involved in ways that they didn't want to be involved. Like, crossfire is real, and collateral damage is a very, very real thing. So I feel for you. I do. Let's see. I'm trying to find my Agrex Earthshade. Yeah, I kind of figured that. That's why I'm trying to tiptoe around the situation very, very gently, and I don't want to get too political with it. So, let's see. Where did my Agrex Earthshade go? Trying to find my Earthshade so I can actually start weathering this guy. Oh, where did it go? Is it hiding behind my backdrop? No. Alright. Dead serious. It really feels like I've been out of this room for like months when it's only been about 2.5 weeks. I agree. It's I feel like it's an unnecessary conflict. It's all based on paranoia, and unfortunately, some of us are caught in the middle of it, and many of us are confused by the nature of how it all went down, how it started, how it's going, and honestly, how it may all end up. So, let's see. I can't seem to find my Agrax. I may just have to whip up an oil wash and do it that way. So, yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So if you guys have never done an oil wash before, I guess I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So usually what I recommend is you use a metal dish or a glass dish or ceramic. Metal I like most because I can hit it with some pretty aggressive chemicals to clean it, and it generally doesn't care. We're going to get some mineral spirits, white mineral spirits. You can tell there's also been a cleaning pot for my brushes, but honestly I don't care if I'm using dirty mineral spirits because in all honesty it just adds to the overall look. So now we're going to add some oil paints to this this dish here. Yeah. Feel free to drop a subscription to the channel if you want. Let's see, oil color. See, what's crazy is seeing number 2s and number 3s. Oh, okay. So I wonder who's number 1 for commenting now. Let's see. Yeah, I still have all messages. It's wild. Thanks, Doug-san. I appreciate you. I look forward to seeing your comments in future videos. And stay safe, my friend. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put a little dollop of green, right? Don't need a whole lot, just a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and put some burnt sienna oil-based paints. And just put that in there. We're going to put more burnt sienna than the green. And then we're going to start adding raw umber. It's a really, really dark brown. It's almost a reddish brown. And then we're going to be using some lamp black, right? So here's the... yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is that right there. It's a very earthy brown, if you catch my drift. And then we are going to apply a little touch of black, right? So you can see I've got an assortment of colors here on the palette for oil wash. And what we are going to do is we are going to start introducing some of this mineral spirits, right, onto the dish, and then mix it all together. What we'll get is a very nice, dark, muddy, grimy sort of oil wash, right? So, unfortunately, this brush is not very absorbent. What we're going to do is we're going to start putting some of this mineral spirits in. I'm sure you guys can see at least a little bit through the reflection as to how much I'm adding here. You kind of want to sort of flood it, right? Because in the end, you want this to run freely across your model surface. So we're going to take this, mix it all together. I got a nice pool forming in the bottom. Unfortunately, my thumb's kind of recovering it, but I'm hoping, yeah, you can kind of see it sloshing in the bottom there, right? And you can see how it's starting to break down some of the paint, and that's what we want, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to start creating a big slurry out of this stuff, right? You can see how it's given this filthy brown sort of color, and now all of a sudden everything's sort of thickened back up, and so I can start adding some more mineral spirits to the overall mix, right? And we want this very, very runny, okay? So the whole idea is we're going to go over the entire model in a technique called a global wash. And what that will do is it will then pick out details, especially in the low recesses of the model, and add some depth, right? So here's this going through, Mix this up nice and thin. Then, sorry, my nose was itching. I don't know why, but whenever I use mineral spirits, my nose itches. Wouldn't say I'm allergic to it, because I've painted with far more aggressive chemicals than mineral spirits. If any of y'all remember the Humbrol steel can days, that's what I grew up painting with. Man, that'll bleach your eyebrows if you're not too careful. But let's see. So you can see I still have a little bit of a chunk there right on the brim. I'm just trying to thin that down a little bit. I want to try and get as much of this mixed in the best I can. All right, now you can see it's running quite nicely. And we can start applying right about now. I'd say that's mixed well enough. So we are going to take this. We're just going to plop it on the wet palette, just so it's out of the way, but close enough that I can get to it. And we're going to load up the brush and proceed to drag over the surface. You can see how it's immediately working as a filter on the surface of the model, and it's picking out those details that I want, right? Now you can get this stuff pre-made, prefab, and the pre-made stuff isn't bad. Just sometimes when you're hunting for a very specific sort of color palette, it's best to try and make it on your own, because you can fine-tune and dial it in to whatever gradient you want. Honestly, I feel like this works better than most of the acrylic stuff, because the acrylic stuff is water-based and it has a higher liquid tension and surface tension than this mineral spirits based material. This stuff wants to just run, right? It just goes everywhere, and it makes life easy, because I've noticed that with like the acrylic stuff, you run into an issue where it likes to pool up, and it results in a finish that a lot of us in the hobby like to call coffee staining. If you've seen a coffee stain, you know what I mean. Like it pulls up in the most random areas. It just doesn't necessarily make much sense on a model of this scale, because it'll just pool and sit there. And then when it dries, you have this random stain hanging out in a spot that it doesn't necessarily need to be. This one's been done, but I want to touch up the patties just a little bit. There we go. Just try and add a little bit more detail to them. You can see a little bit goes a very, very long way with this stuff. Like, I'm barely touching the model, and it's dragging all of this over the top. So the guy himself is just about done. But there's a few more details I want to put on that guy. Here's our snow base. Still finishing up. Just going to touch up here, because I had a little bit of coffee staining going on. And right there. So like that's what I'm talking about. If you look closely at that rim there, you can see it's nice and dark, and then there's this bright blue spot right here for no reason. That's what I meant by coffee staining. So I'm just touching this up just a little bit. There's another one right there on that rim. There's that bright spot right at the tip of the brush. So I'm just going to touch that up. So as you can see, each paint has its strength and weakness, you know? So you generally get better opacity from the acrylics when it comes to your washes. But, we lost the angle. Appreciate the heads up on that one. I think I bumped it. Yeah, I'm still on chat. But, yeah. The strengths of oil washes is they get literally everywhere. They just immediately run. And fortunately, the oil washes over enamel washes, they're not as caustic. They don't bite as aggressively into the finish. So most of your acrylic paints will be safe and won't get any, quote, surface damage, which is fantastic. That's really what I'm going for when I'm doing this stuff. But the enamel stuff has its own strengths as well. It has the opacity of the acrylic stuff, and it kind of runs like the oil-based stuff, but it's far more caustic, and it'll eat some of the weaker paints, some of the softer finishes right off of your models, and that's just no bueno, especially if you're working with acrylics, and you run into the issue of several enamels will reactivate when you put them in there. So you may be putting a brown wash on them. Let's say we're putting brown on this mini here, right, with an enamel wash, and I used enamel paints. Then all of a sudden I've got the blue mixing with the brown instead of the brown tinting the blue, right? Because that's what I'm going for, is I want a tint. I want a filter. I don't want to mix these paints together. So, let's see, what's this guy need? So he needs his respirator, some of the details on the weapon, and this guy looks like he'll be just about ready. So let's go for, where's my bronze? Where'd my bronze paint go? Jeez. Seriously, it feels like everything in this room has moved. Yeah. So keep the questions coming. Let's keep the conversation alive. Hopefully we can all chime in on something, you know. Nothing back there. Dang on. Where did my bronze paint go? I swear that stuff just grew legs and disappeared. It ran right off. Alright, let's go ahead and plug the phone in. Found the bronze. Easy enough. So, welcome. Let's see, bronze. This guy needs his respirator painted too. So we're going to touch that up. Just get recentered here. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Alright. Let's turn him this way so you guys can see what I'm doing. Get this light a little bit further forward. Hopefully, yeah, this is hiding in the shadow even for me. Dang on. Let's see what else is going on here. I think this guy's just about done. I need to touch up. Dang on, where'd my brush cleaning pot go? Yeah, that'll work. Good enough. Almost dipped it in my drink. That would have been great. Let's see. I and looking for black paint. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and touch up this shoulder armor a little bit, because some of that gold decided to run right off. You can see it right there. It's there, and then it's also up on this sleeve, but can't really do too much about the sleeve at the moment, because that sleeve's already been weathered, and if I chase that too much, I'm just going to be chasing it until there's no more detail and it's just a glob of paint. So sometimes with this hobby, it's good to know when to cut your losses and just say, this is as good as I'm going to get it. But I will say it is okay if you want to try and push to fix it, especially if you're working on a commission. So like I've had a commission job go sideways once on me, and in all honesty, it was a cool kit, great concept. I loved the idea, but something about the plastic and the model glue I was using just didn't really agree with each other, and it tore itself apart. And so I talked to the guy, I talked to the customer, and I was like, hey, look, I'm terribly sorry that this went sideways. And fortunately, the customer was very receptive and very understanding. And he realized, like, yeah, it's one of those kind of lower tier kits, and the quality of the plastic was kind of questionable. And he was really understanding. So we worked out a situation where I got to continue doing commission work for him, but did a different project for him instead. And so far, he's very pleased with the results of said commission. And I'm hoping to share the final results of that commission with you here very soon, because it looks like I might have a bit of free time in the next 2 weeks. So between getting ready to move and packing up all of this stuff, I should be able to find at least a little bit of time to keep y'all entertained, you know? Alright, so we need to do the lenses. Alright, so these are always a challenge, but a welcome one. So what I like to do is I tend to paint the border first, the frame of the lens. I tend to paint that gold early. And that really helps me pick out the detail on the lens, so I can see exactly where my boundaries are, my left and right, my north and south, you know. I want to try and keep everything, quote, in frame, if you will. So, here, let me see real quick. I need to keep checking my chat filter for some reason. Just making sure that I'm not missing out on any comments. Alright. This guy needs the details on his helmet picked out, so we're going to do that now. Dang. Let's see. So, else am I missing? So this guy's already weathered. So I can do some of the actual terrain details here in a minute. But I do want to try and do something about that gold on his sleeve. I really do. Because that's driving me up the wall. Okay. Alright. Alright. Where is my Thunderhawk blue? I'm really looking forward to setting up the next place. Because I'm really hoping to have that place organized to the point where it's almost dummy proof. When it's all set up, I managed to acquire a commercial paint rack from a good friend of mine who works at a local hobby store. If you guys are looking for that kind of stuff, I highly recommend just going to a hobby store and ask, because that's quite literally what I did. They were trying to sell out on a brand of paint. They said they weren't going to restock. And I was like, oh, well, what are you going to do with the paint rack? And they're like, well, we're just going to throw it away. I was like, going to do what? And they're like, yeah, we're just going to get rid of it. And I was like, does anybody really care what happens to it? And he's like, nah, not at all. And I was like, well, when all the paint's sold, do you mind if I take the paint rack? And his answer was verbatim, saves me a trip to the dumpster. It's all yours. We'll call you when it's empty. So if you're looking for stuff to make the hobby more enjoyable, approachable, stuff like that, like sometimes you just got to ask the questions, you know. And if you're looking for a good kit to build, by all means, go ahead and ask away. Like, I by no means have a small backlog of kits to build. Most of them are personal projects. So it's pretty much paint and build at my leisure, which I'm truly thankful for. Because as much as I love doing commissions, and I do, I don't like tying myself to a super tight deadline. Because just like everybody, I have my good days and my bad days. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, ugh, I don't want to go to work. I don't want to do this, but I have to. So I understand. And fortunately, that laziness kind of spills over into hobbies and personal goals. And unfortunately, they're the ones that take the brunt of that lack of interest of actually getting out of bed and quit being lazy. So you got to take your wins and losses where you can. Unfortunately, my losses have been on YouTube and the hobby, and I wish to apologize to all of you who have been patiently waiting for my next video release. I want to say thank you all for supporting me in this endeavor. So, yeah. But, yeah. Feel free to ask questions. I'm open to answer them. And I know my answer may not always be what you're hoping for, but I can at least attempt to try and answer your questions. Before you ask me about the velocity of an unladen swallow, I'm going to retort with African or European swallow. Because I know one of you is thinking it. Now what I'm doing here is I'm using the absolutely wrong brush for doing this, but I'm doing just a touch of dry brushing with some unadulterated Thunderhawk Blue. What this will do is it'll help pick out some of those high points just a little bit. I don't want to go too harsh with it, but I just want to pick out some of the lighter edges, the highest, most raised edges here. And I don't know how well it's picking up on the camera. Yeah, not that well. But in person, it's just ever so slightly adding that little bit of gradient over the top. Hey, Mikey! Miss you, man. I hope you're doing well. I've been crazier than a one-arm paper hanger on a Sunday pressing at the moment. But I finally found the time to sit at the desk and do something. I hope Lepsco's doing good. Carpenter's Toxic Commando Saberblood. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out for sure. For sure, man. I hope you're doing well. How's Coco doing? Is Coco doing okay? So happy to hear both of you are doing good. Still wishes and prayers for Coco. I'm hoping she's holding up. Because I know that was quite the scare recently. So, let's see. Can I pick out this detail? I need a little more paint. Oh, water is starting to permeate through the wet palette. So, that's kind of what I'm talking about with pros and cons of wet palettes. They keep your paint wet. Sometimes it gets a little too wet. She's getting better? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I swear, that dog's bulletproof. All right. What else do I want to do to this guy? Maybe a few raised details here on the sleeve. There we go. Now they're starting to pick out. Just hope the camera can catch it. So, yeah, give me a second. Yeah, talk to you later, brother. Always a pleasure. Let's see, I'm going to try and hide some of this in a shadow and see if that helps pick out that highlight. Because if I can get it to pop for the camera, I'd be over the moon. All right, right about there. See the high points? So I've just barely kissed the surface of those high points with untouched Thunderhawk Blue. I'm trying to rock it back and forth a little bit, see if that helps pick them out. But what that'll do is it'll help sell the idea that this is fabric, right? And I'm hoping that it pays off. Well, I don't need super glue nozzle on the bottom of that. Let's see. Where'd that orange come from? That's a vibrant orange just hanging out on the side of this guy's weapon. All right, I think it's safe for us to remove this guy from the handle and go ahead and put this guy in. We're going to start working on this guy. Hopefully I can get around to weathering and actually doing some cool stuff with this guy today. Hoping and praying. So, yeah, something to take into consideration when you're doing bronze and copper and brass is when it oxidizes, it turns green, right? So doing my usual oil wash, right? That filthy stuff down there. It won't necessarily come out the way I want. However, if I do this first, apply it, and then go back in with verdigris, if I hit it with a verdigris and let that soak in deep into the recesses, that will really help sell the concept that this is actually real brass or copper. So we're going to go ahead and start by patching up that highlighter orange that's all over the weapon and that drop on the bag. I need to remember what color that was on the bag. Fortunately, the bag doesn't show signs of dry brushing and highlighting yet, so it's early enough in the process that if I just recoat the entire bag in any brown, I should be able to get away with it. Fingers crossed. So there's a lot of times in this hobby where you just kind of have to wing it, you know? Run by the seat of your pants and just hope and pray you manage to get in and out without anybody knowing. So, but yeah. All right. So after the F-14 commission's done, I've got another project lined up. I don't really want to spill any beans just yet, but it's actually for one of you guys. Someone who joined my channel as a total stranger, and I just want to do something special for him, you know. I am considering doing some sort of like sweepstakes sort of thing, but no real purchase necessary. So like what I'd like to try and do is it like maybe the first 500 subscribers or the first 1,000. Once we hit that benchmark or that achievement, I'd like to try and do something like maybe paint a squad of Marines for y'all. And then what I can do is I can go online and find one of those like Wheel of Fortune things, put everybody's name on it, and then spin it and see who wins. And then whenever, whomever it lands on can ask me to paint the squad however they want or request another commission within reason. I do have a 3D printer. Hey, White Bread! Holy cow! The ghost of the White Bread has returned. But yeah, I'm happy to see you, man. Thank you. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking about doing some sort of like sweepstakes sort of deal where I just put names on a wheel when I hit like 500 or 1,000 subs, and then give you all the opportunity to commission me to build something. And if it's within the quote acceptable price margins by my standard or within budget, I would be more than happy to build, paint, and send it off to you. You know, with a signed card or just a thank you for subscribing and being a part of this. You know, because you guys are what make this all possible. Like right now, I'm not in a point where I'm getting money from. Yeah, maybe. Like, in all honesty, some of my past projects I like to hang on to simply because it's an opportunity for me to reflect on stuff that I've made, and I can look at them and base future projects off of them. But what are you thinking? Like, I know quite a few people are interested in that tiger, but I think I'm going to hang on to that one because Holy crap, that was a boatload of firsts for me. And I've got a couple of photos that I took recently of that thing, and holy crap, it still blows my mind. But yeah, I might consider the idea of selling a few previous projects. What kind of stuff are you thinking? Because I know a few people would be over the moon about that tiger, but unfortunately, I don't think I have the heart to part with it just yet. So, also, I got to see if it survives the move. That's another big issue. So, let's see how that goes. What else do I want? Bronze. Yeah, the buttstock's already done. You know what? Let's clean up that. There we go. That looks better. Touch that up. It's a funny little patch there. But yeah. I'm also planning on doing a couple of Gundam videos after the move. I mean, it's not like I'm lacking a backlog in Gundams, but I have a couple of fun plans for the near future. I also intend to do a couple of warships later on this year. I'm still torn as to which one I want to build first. I'll probably put a poll up once all my stuff arrives at my new location, and I will then let you guys decide what you want to see me build. I've also been active on Reddit. I've had a couple of people post questions about model kits in some of the model communities who are just struggling with trying to build some of these kits, and I've actually gone out of my way and picked up a couple of kits so that then I can help them. For example, I picked up a kit I've been wanting for quite some time. I'll see you, White Bread. Thanks, brother. Always a pleasure seeing you. So this kit is one that I just picked up. And this is literally the only kit I picked up this month. I know, it's wild, isn't it? So it's a 1/700 scale aircraft carrier Akagi. And this thing's going to be wild. Now, I've kind of moved away from 1/700s. Like, don't get me wrong, I love 1/700s because they're small and easy to store and display and stuff like that. But I also kind of moved away from them because they're small and display well, but don't display fine details very well. But this is effectively what Akagi should look like when she's done. And I really love how she was originally built to be a battle cruiser, if I remember correctly. She was either supposed to be a cruiser or a battleship. I'm leaning towards cruiser. So Akagi, Amagi, and Kaga were originally designed as cruisers or battleships. Amagi was destroyed in dry dock during initial construction during an earthquake, and I want to say it was 1928. And the Japanese cut their losses and were like, "Hey, guess what? This ship hasn't even been finished as a quote watertight vessel, so we're just going to scrap this." And so they made Kaga as the sister of Akagi. And they were the first real aircraft carriers in Japanese operation, and they're quite wild. So this particular model is after her refit, but when Kagi first went through and passed sea trials and everything, she was a triple flight deck. She had this little like skipper deck down on the very bottom, and then like a 50-foot run up on the second deck, and then the top deck was her primary landing deck. So I actually have a picture of her here. You see what I mean? That's wild. So you're supposed to launch from this deck. You could launch aircraft from the second deck, but it was only like 150 feet, 200 feet. So like only the slowest biplanes could get off of that thing, and you had to be going full send into the wind to give them any hope of getting any true airspeed. And then the top deck was used for recovery operations, catching and returning. So it's absolutely wild that the Japanese were like, you know what sounds good? We're gonna put 3 decks. I would never want to be the air boss trying to run 3 decks. Running 1 is hard enough. Let's see. Yeah, it was very impractical, but it was still at the turning point, you know? So like aircraft carriers had just become a thing, and the Japanese, in all honesty, they were pioneering the way. The Americans didn't really understand the importance of the aircraft carrier until later on. Don't get me wrong, we understood he was combat effective, but we just didn't know how much until Pearl Harbor. You're like, oh crap, this thing's friggin' useful. And what kind of kept the Japanese constantly fighting for most of the war, and in all honesty, kneecapping them, was they had the fleet faction and the air wing faction in the Navy. So Japanese military as a whole was a political nightmare. All right, so you had the Army and the Navy, and they were fighting constantly over resources, right? The Navy wanted more money than the Army, and the Army wanted more money than the Navy because they didn't get along. There was something to do with a battle. I want to say it was not Tsushima, but I almost want to say Port MacArthur, or Angelsk. What was it? Angelsk. I'm trying to remember. But anyways, it was during the Russo-Japanese War. One side requested assistance from the other said get bent, and so that rift started then and never really came back together until post-World War II. So if one side could get a leg up on the other, it was great. If they could screw the other guy over in the process, that was even better, right? So the Japanese, back to the whole importance of the aircraft carrier, you had the fleet faction that still believed battleships were a thing and truly combat effective, but in all honesty, they were already obsolescent by the start of the war. They're great as an artillery piece, a mobile artillery battery, but you run into the issue of limited range, limited munition capacity, right? And at the same time, you need tons of escort, and you have no true top cover from a battleship. Yeah, you've got your AA emplacements, but in the end, you're limited to your total effective range or maximum effective range of your weapon systems, right? So an aircraft carrier, you are generally lighter, which means you run faster. Technically, you're more fuel efficient. Your maximum effective range on target is literally the limit of your combat range of your aircraft. So you have far greater reach. You can stay out of sight overall. Like you can keep your aircraft carrier hidden and at bay. Like, you could be over the horizon by hundreds or even 1,000 miles in some instances. Send your strike force, hit the target, fly back, and nobody really knows where your carriers are. And that's kind of something the Japanese did for Pearl Harbor. If I remember correctly, they were northeast of the main islands or northwest of the main islands of Hawaii when they launched their attack. And their primary targets were the aircraft carriers, right? Fortunately for the Americans and unfortunately for the Japanese, the aircraft carriers were out conducting like sea trials. They were testing stuff. They were doing effectively a field exercise, right? They were underway. Also, if I remember correctly, one of the three carriers was still in San Diego getting refitted. So, yeah, the Americans learned very quickly that, oh crap, aircraft carriers are very effective in combat, and immediately took that licking, learned the lesson, and put it to good use in the Pacific. And in all honesty, it's wild when you see the quote tests and test platforms and all that nonsense for naval conflicts and naval warfare. A tri-deck is absolutely wild, and you're limited to the capabilities of your aircraft. If your aircraft has a total launch distance, like spin up and takeoff minimum roll off or rollout of like 100 feet, because it's a biplane that only needs like 60 miles or 60 knots of indicated airspeed, you could hypothetically get away with a runway of 150, 200 feet. Because if you've got a ship doing 25 knots into a headwind of 15, you're already doing 40. The plane only has to do 20. Because the wing doesn't care how fast the ground is going under it. It cares how fast the air is going over and under it, right? So that's why, like, if you build a paper airplane and you find that sweet spot on like an oscillating fan, if you stabilize the oscillating fan and you put the paper airplane in just the right spot, it'll hover. It'll just hang out right there. Because the air is moving fast enough to keep the plane afloat, even though the plane physically is not moving in relation to the ground, right? So, kind of a brain twister there if you want. But, yeah, that's something to keep in mind when you look at stuff like that. So, for the Japanese, that second deck was only practical for the slowest of biplanes for takeoff speeds, and very quickly became obsolete because they realized they needed faster aircraft. So, if I remember correctly, the Japanese were also the first to field the first naval monoplane, being the first plane with two wings up front, one on each side instead of a biplane or quad wing, depending on how you want to describe it. But yeah, so can't really blame the Japanese for trying a triple launch deck, but it's definitely one of those, hey bud, I don't think this is a great idea here. And I'm blocking the camera again. All right, let's try this. Is this better? That looks better. But yeah. I very much would like to try and do some Gundam kits. By the way, Milwaukee. I have some cool plans in mind. I really, really would love to try and build one of the new Gundam perfect grades, the Unleashed. Over here, they're currently holding a price tag of like $600, and that's painful. I'm not comfortable with shelling out that kind of money. Hopefully when I get to where I'm getting, they're far more reasonably priced. I have seen them in the wild. I have seen them completed in the wild. And holy crap, are they a fantastic kit. I just can't justify $600 for a kit that doesn't move, fly, you know? Like, it lights up. That's cool, but I've built light-up kits from scratch. Primarily on warships, but I'm not a huge fan of trying to do a DIY wiring LED loom for a Gundam. But it's the problem is you got to kind of drill and cut channels and all that stuff for the lighting loom and everything else, and it just becomes a nightmare. And Gundam models outside of the perfect line are generally just too small. Like, I have some pretty fine wires, but I gotta run a positive and a negative lead through them, you know? I still have to do that. I can't just, like, run one side in, and, it would be groovy, you know? It just doesn't work that way. But, it's just a real pain, because, like, let me see if I can find, yeah, here you go. Here's some of the wiring I have, right? So this is one side of it. It's very fine. Like, this is very fine cabling. I can probably squeeze this in. The big issue, the elephant in the room, is this literal elephant of an LED. Now, yes, I can go get micro LEDs, but you run into the problem of trying to keep the solder point stable and securing everything in place, you know? Because you have to worry about, like, if the Gundam kit is supposed to move any amount, you have to account for that in your wiring and the way you solder everything. Because if you go to close something and you hear a crunch, you run into that problem of, oh great, now I have to disassemble this thing to find the part that broke. And usually you have to do a complete closed loop for LEDs. So any one of them could have just broken, popped, the wiring could have cut. You don't know. So you got to cut it open and get in there. And in all honesty, as much as I love building kits, I don't love disassembling them to figure out where I goofed up, you know? And if I can keep from adding too much excess material, I'll do that. So that's why with the King Tiger, I had originally planned to run a very small power line through the hull of the tank, through the barrel, to ensure that the light appeared to be coming straight out of the barrel, right, as intended. But I realized very quickly, with the full detail kit that it is, there was a lot of stuff in the way. And I also ran into the issue of, if I did that, I would not be able to remove the turret, not without putting a quick disconnect in line. I could have done that. However, it just opens up its own can of worms, because the barrel I would have had to have drilled out entirely, run the wiring, find a way to hide the LED in the muzzle device without making the muzzle device look out of scale or deformed. And I would then have to try and get the LED to produce enough light on its own without having to do what I like to call a bokeh, you know? I wound up doing a bokeh, but I also hung it over the muzzle device like a yoke, right? So I have like 3, maybe 4 LEDs in series in a big old little halo that hangs over the top of the barrel, and it's all hidden in that smoke display, right? And that is how I managed to do that. And I hid the wires in the muzzle blast. So did I get away with it? I think I did, because I can't see the wires in photos or in person. Can I see the individual LEDs? No, not really. So I'd say I won on that little battle of can I get away with it, But I don't want to make a habit of doing work that doesn't really base itself off of known results, I want to have known results before I go in on a project. So if I'm trying a technique that only seems to work in theory with no practical examples to base off of, I may not commit to doing it, And I'm sorry if I sound like a chicken about it, but sometimes in this profession or this hobby, depending on how you want to look at it, you have time, resources, and money tied into each project, right? And you want to make sure that if you're working on a commission, the end result lives up to the customer's expectations, right? And if the customer expects it to look as real as can be, make him think that he's actually looking out a window at a real full-scale model or real full-scale real world example of what the model is supposed to be of, then you kind of have to figure out how to play that game, So but let's see. Go ahead, keep the questions and comments rolling. Let's keep the conversation going, guys. I want to try and answer some questions. Let you question my answers, and hopefully I can keep y'all entertained at the same time. Let's see, where is it? There it is. Doing my best not to rely on painting through the camera lens, but it is beginning to feel like that is the best way to do this for y'all. I want to try and make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's see. I was really surprised when we had that peak of 25, 27 people. So I wonder who all's still with us at this point, because our numbers just tanked. We're down 2 or 3 people. Let's see. We're going to go with this bronze here. Okay. Now, come on. Stay there. There. right there. Yeah, it's the most I've seen in one concurrent viewing, and I was blown away by that number. I was like, hold up, did I suddenly become popular? Yeah, I think it's just you and me at this point, Milwaukee, because now I'm only seeing one. Seems like everybody else is clocked out. So trying to share links with friends and family who may be interested, but I'm not seeing too many. Yeah, I think it's just you and me, Milwaukee. I think it's just you and me at this point. But I appreciate you making that comment earlier about the soft banning, about political comments and current geopolitics, because I don't feel too comfortable commenting on that subject here. Like, don't get me wrong, I have my own personal thoughts on the situation as a whole, but whoop, yes, knock over the model. That helps. It helps out a lot, doesn't it? And get water all over an oil wash. That really helps, bud. Great. Yeah, 100% better safe than sorry. All right. Oh, hey, looks like we got some more people in here. Welcome, welcome. Sound off in the chat so I can say hi, and please, by all means, ask questions. Let's get a conversation rolling in here, you know. I apologize I don't have any background music because you guys are watching through my phone here. And I'm having to watch the chat through my tablet up there. So unfortunately, I don't have any background music to play. And also, I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike for running music during a live stream. I don't know if that would happen or not, but I don't want to find out either. So, just sitting here painting some Deathcore Krieg today. For those of you who have been following the channel, I apologize for my absence. Life hit me like a ton of bricks, and, well, I had to dig myself out. And, well, we're back. We are back, baby. So, hopefully I can keep the content coming for y'all. But please, by all means, feel welcome to ask questions. Do. Let's see. As much as I'd love to work on the Tomcat on live stream, I really don't want to run or worry about the hassle of turning on my actual video recording camera that I like using, because it's actually a DSLR suspended about 8 feet in the air, and it's limited to about 20 minutes of recording at any given time. So I constantly have to stand up and re-engage with it every 20 minutes or so to start the camera and make sure it's not overheating or anything. So, yeah, we're just painting some Krieg. So, let's see. What do I want to start working on here? I have a couple of ideas. Let's see. Welcome. I see another visitor has joined the stream and already gone. Oh well. Guess they're busy today. Also understand that this is kind of a niche subject. Uncle, what are you doing? Usually your brother's the one coming in here pestering me. What are you doing? Huh? What? What do you want? No, I'm not giving you treats this early in the morning. It's not even lunchtime yet. You're already in here pestering me. You're crazy. Huh? Yes, I'm happy to see you too, Furball, but I'm not giving you treats this early. Yeah, you can rub up on my leg all you want. No treats. I think after I pick out some leather details on a strap, that guy will be ready for an oil wash. Now, for those of you wondering about oil washes and times for being able to go back over them, I would say your mileage will vary. It really depends on how much mineral spirits you're using, the overall consistency of your or viscosity of your oil wash, and your overall humidity in your house or painting environment. I generally say give it between 18 and 24 hours in most cases. And that should be long enough for it to set up and dry. And then you can go back over it with a cotton swab or Q-tip or whatever you want to call it. A little bit of mineral spirits over the top. If it's a little too heavy, you can take one of these, hit it with some white mineral spirits, and then just swab over the surface of the model, and it'll clean up all of the high spots of your oil wash. So now we're going to go ahead and oil wash this guy up, because this guy looks just about ready. So same rule applies. We're going to go ahead and mix this up, make sure we got enough opacity. That's about what I want. And then we're going to come in here and just long strokes all the way across the model. You can see how it immediately runs for the recesses, and it dives into those low spots, right? This stuff comes in handy when you want to pick out details on a model, and really adds that dirty, grimy look that a lot of people like for battle-worn details. So there's that. Let's go ahead and get it back in the light, yeah? That might help. Here we go. But you can see it looks really glossy, and that's just because of the mineral spirits. As it's going on super wet, it's going to look very shiny. But as it dries, that shine goes away quickly, which is another reason why I prefer this over most acrylic washes. Because a lot of acrylic washes, they tend to, in my opinion and experience, they tend to get glossy. And I'm not a huge fan of that, especially when I'm trying to do something like, I don't know, detail fabric like this. I don't want it to be super shiny, you know? Like, instances where things need to be shiny that were fabric. So, like, the quote bags on the F-14, those were actually made out of canvas that were painted up with with certain paints to solidify them because they were supposed to be filled with air, right? They were supposed to close the gap behind the front wing when the wing opened and closed from sweep, from the sweep angle, and it would leave a huge cavity. So these canvas bags were inflated under the wings, and they had to be painted so they'd be airtight. And they wound up being glossy because of the type of paint they used. But you generally don't see a glossy military field jacket, that's just not common, you know. So like this guy shouldn't be shiny, and you can already see here this spot is drying up. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of coffee staining, right? And since it's so early in the application, I can come back in here and drag this back nice and easy. Whereas with acrylics, you're kind of stuck with however it winds up. At least with oil washes, you have about a 24-hour window before it really sets up and becomes, quote, untouchable paint, or uncorrectable paint. So you just have to understand what your painting medium and media react to and their, quote, reactionary window, right? So it's just understanding what it is you're working on and what it is you're working with, So like when I was a kid, I remember my dad would paint the metal miniatures, right? The pewters. And those, if you didn't like how it turned out, you could take it and dunk it in paint thinner, let it sit in there for a couple hours, a day, a week, and it would eat away all the paint, and you'd be left with a bare metal model. My infinite 8-year-old wisdom thought it would be smart to use it on a plastic model, and I watched that model dissolve. That was a valuable lesson I learned that day. Always know what you're working with and how it wants to work with other things. So if I have any advice, it would be that do a little bit of research on the medium and the material you're working with, and go from there. I would just recommend erring on the side of caution on that, because I melted a really nice model that way, and I was very much butthurt for a couple of weeks after that, and well, that was a lesson learned. So let's see. What do I want to do now? This guy needs metallic details, straps, top of the plunger, straps on the back, wiring. He's missing a whole weapon. And yeah, that guy's gonna take some time. How about this guy? Metallic details still. Antenna on the bag, phone on the bag, strap on the bag. Yeah, I feel like hitting this guy first. Get this done. But yeah, I would just recommend that you do some research and you always test any technique on something that's not, quote, mission critical when it comes to your building and painting. So like, let's say you're working on a model kit and you want to use like a pin wash. I found out that certain Gunpla models do not take enamel pin washes very well. I had one literally dissolve in front of me. I was applying a pin wash, and it seemed the pin wash had found a mix vein in the plastic. And that's where like the plastic swirl occurred in the finish, and well, it ate through the swirl, and I watched this armor panel disassemble and disintegrate into about 4 pieces when it originally started off as 1 piece, even out of the sprue. So that day I learned that Gunpla doesn't react well to Tamiya pin washes. It's another reason why oil washes are so handy, because they're not very caustic, they're not super aggressive, they don't bite into the plastic as aggressively as enamel, and their cleanup is relatively minimally invasive. It's kind of messy just because it gets everywhere, but as a whole, it tends to help when you know what you're doing, in most cases. Yeah, I think it's just you and me again. Oop. Hey, Milwaukee, I got a stupid idea. I'm thinking about making some, like, super short commercial-esque video for the channel. Think it would be worth it? And of course, I'd put my usual comedic spin on it and actually try and make it entertaining and worthwhile. I'm thinking about just making it like a short, like a minute, minute 30 at most. And see how that works out. Yeah, kinda. Have it open up where it's just like gray sprues. Be like, are you sick and tired of your models being monoc? Do you have a boatload of models in the back that you just don't know what to do with? Do you have infinite amount of time and no idea what you're doing? Come to Attack of the Gray Pile. We have small models, big models, scary models, boring models, exciting models. Do something like that. At least it's an idea, you know? Let's see. Grim, what are you doing, bud? Your sister came up in here already. Now I got you up here pestering me? What's up, Fuzzball? Huh? Yes, I'm happy to see you too, but I'm painting, my guy. Come on, Fluffer. Here, you want to sit? I'll pull a chair out so you can sit down. Hey, come here. Come on. Come on, Fluffer. Get up here. Oh, man. He's driving me up the wall today. Had to take him to the vet last week for his pre-travel screening, and holy crap. Cat turned into a full-on teddy bear, was clawing at me to not let him go. He was crying the whole way to the vet, too. I was like, dude, calm down. We're just going for a medical checkup. It's going to be okay. Oh, his tail is swinging around right now. I think he's mad because I'm talking about him. Come on, Grim. Get in the chair, dude. Yeah, I've seen it before too, which is kind of why I'm like, that might be a decent idea if I do it right. I have a feeling I'm gonna muck it up. Hey, Mikey. Yeah, of course I'm still here. I'm inevitable. Happy to see you back. I ain't gonna lie, for a while there I was thinking about calling it. No, we're doing more Krieg. Doing more Krieg today. This guy's just wearing a heavy oil wash over the Thunderhawk Blue. I'm trying to weather him up because I can't find my Agrax and I'm too lazy and too cheap to go to the Games Workshop just to pick up Agrax, because I know as soon as I get home I'm going to see my already existing bottle of Agrax going, oh, I see how it is. You got that bottle. I see how important I am to you. And I just don't need those two bottles fighting, you know? I can only put up with so much. But, yeah, I'm just sitting here painting up some Krieg. Trying to get some of this done, because, in all honesty, I've been neglecting my my hobby stuff for the past 2 or 3 weeks while handling the joys of life. Yeah, but I don't have a drop bottle that big, because I like buying the big bottles of Agrax. I don't like buying the small bottles. I'm bougie like that. Like having the ability of losing all of one color when one bottle goes missing. You know? A backup? What's a backup? Yeah, I don't like using it too much either, because I've noticed the acrylic paints just are way too glossy, and they coffee stain too much, you know? That's just no bueno in my books. I like having my my washes actually wash over the model and not just build up and cause me pain and anger and frustration. Yeah, that's about the color I want. There we go. So come in here. Oh, wow. Not a perfect match, but it's pretty close. Just did that, mixing some chocolate brown, some red, and some orange. Pleasantly surprised with how that turned out. And I need to get that blue out of there. Here, let me try and find... There we go. I think that's going to work better. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to want to feed them. I'll still be here. Don't you worry. Let's see. Spent between 10-12 hours moving the flat around again. Oh, man. Why'd you do that? Just because you wanted a better gaming setup? Or did you have some new necessity that required the moving of components? Or was it just one of those days where you wake up and say, "I'm just going to do this," just have that wild idea? No hate on that at all, because I have that happen weekly. Ah, all in the small room. Dang on. Yeah, I would love to do something like that, but in all honesty, I don't have enough room. Ow, Grimp, that's my leg, good sir. That is attached to me. Yes, that hurt. Good lord. Um, but I don't have enough room in this laundry room to put the guitars in here. And dude, my guy, stop! Ow, ow! I know you want attention. Get in the chair, my good sir. What is wrong with you today? I know you want attention. You're attention hungry. Yes, get in the chair. That, yes, you can sit in that. You sit there, I can pet you, and I won't be elbowing you in the head. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, now you feel all special, don't you? You feel like you're sitting on a throne. I swear this cat's ego is gonna drive me bonkers. But yeah, so like I just couldn't live with myself if I accidentally had airbrush overspray wind up on one of my Gibsons. I would be crying in a corner and contemplating what I'm gonna do with the rest of my life. So yeah, I get that. We have a couple of those Versa desks at the office that go up and down, and a lot of people like standing at them. I very rarely do, honestly, even though I'm a tall guy, and I I generally just kick the chair to its highest setting and roll with it. Got a couple of coworkers who like running the lowrider life, where the computer chair's practically hovering about 3 inches off the floor. I'm like, my good sir, how do you do this? You're all of 5'8", and you like sitting real low at the chair. Do you like having like the high chair treatment when you're sitting at the kitchen table where your elbows are in line with your armpits? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I generally like having my elbows right around the lower third of the rib cage whenever I'm working. I like sitting kind of higher up because it also gives me the opportunity to slouch over the desk because that is the optimal position in my opinion. Let's see, I need some black paint to mix in with this. It's too dark. Let's get some more gray in here. Getting closer. A little more gray. Ah, yeah. That's the spot. That's the color I'm looking for right there. That's the color paint I want. So now we're going to go over this handguard on this las gun. I just want it a little bit brighter so it stands out against the rest of the weapon here in a minute. Especially when I oil this thing up. I didn't want it to exactly match the field phone, but at the same time, I'm not too upset if it does. So now we're going to do something similar for the control knobs on the back of this radio pack. It was too high. It's now elbow height, not armpit. Yeah. That's the spirit. Attaboy. So what I'm going to do here is I am simply picking out the control dials on the radio in a darker gray. I don't know how well it's showing up in the camera here. I gotta wait for the latency in my feed to catch up. There we go. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Had a bit of lag on my side. Now I'm all caught up. But yeah. So now that these control knobs have been picked out in a dark gray, go around, highlight the edges, the individual ribs running around these knobs. Now, I know these brush strokes look erratic, but it's kind of the idea that I'm going for, right? I want to try and give it a natural looking wear and tear. And just like straight lines aren't found in nature outside of geology, uniform wear patterns are not commonly found. So I want to just pick out some of the details. I understand that I don't exactly have continuity here on each model. So, for example, this heat sink going over the barrel, I've done brass on this one. This one I'm going to leave black. I just, coming from the perspective of a former armorer, I have seen some weapons that are almost pure silver. I have seen some weapons that are truly jet black, and I've seen everything in between. So I want to try and capture some of that detail here. And here I'm just adding some highlights to the helmet real quick. Again, trying not to have complete uniformity across the formation, as complete uniformity looks very, I don't want to use the word mass-produced, but I think that's the best term I can come up with at the moment. So as I'm going about this here, I'm just making some erratic brush strokes across the armor, trying to pick out some random details and high points, add some scratchiness to it. I know it doesn't look like much now, but once I hit it with that oil wash, it'll really bring those details out, because it's going to be a stark contrast over that black base paint, right? So, moment of truth, right? Can't really see too much of it. Go over this with the oil wash. We're going to start high, work our way down, and work our way into all the recesses, pockets, corners, right? So I'm going really heavy, and I know that, and I kind of want that, because it's really easy to clean up an oil wash within 24 hours. Oh, I just repositioned it. So here's one thing I am noticing, though, and this stuff does not like clinging the metallic paint quite so much. Now, I know I talked about verdigris and brass and gold colored um, bits on models. And I will go back and add verdigris to this later. But right now, I kind of want to add that worn bronze kind of look to this, right? Now, I know it's really faint, but you can still see the highlights that I put on that shoulder pad, and especially on the helmet. That right there is not a naturally occurring highlight. That is an intentional paint stroke to add that highlight. And in all honesty, I think it's hitting the mark that I was aiming for. I'm going to hit this antenna, dirty it up. It's a little too much oil. Come back in here, get the inside of the legs. Now, in trench warfare, you got to remember the legs, the elbows, the forearms, all of that got absolutely filthy, right? Because you're crawling around. You're leaning up against a dirt embankment. You're leaning up over the top, seeing what the enemy's doing, right? You're going to be touching the environment a lot, and the environment is going to be touching you. So take that into consideration when you're painting stuff like this, especially if that's a look you're trying to go for. You want to, you really want to try and capture the effects of the terrain on your model and on the setting you're trying to recreate. You know, you really don't want to send in like super crispy, clean models if you're trying to show a war-torn battle veteran kind of appearance, right? It's not exactly how you want it to be. Like, we have a very old saying in the military that generally doesn't get passed around too much anymore, but it goes something along the lines of an inspection ready unit is not combat ready. A combat ready unit is not ready for inspection. Because there's two very vast dichotomies in the nature of the military, right? You've got this whole appearance first. If you appear super clean cut and professional and everything, you know. So, it's like, yeah, you're dressed up for a night out on the town. Doesn't mean you're ready to get into a street fight, you know. And if you're ready to get into a street fight and you're dressed up for a street fight, you ain't exactly ready to go out into a high-end, top-tier, like, bar or club, you know? But that's kind of the concept I'm going for, is I want to make these guys look absolutely filthy. I want them to look disgusting, right? That's the look I'm going for. I want these guys to look like they've been in a trench for months or years. Very true, and I agree. Self-defense is most important, but I can tell you, I will immediately tear a jacket in half, especially one of my better suit jackets or dinner jackets, as soon as I start moving around in them. I mean, yeah, kind of. But in the end, being strapped for cash, I don't exactly want to pay that price to repair it. So I know a couple of good tailors, but I don't know too many that are good enough to reweave a jacket when I decide to Hulk out. So, man, that brush thinner or brush cleaner hit me hard. Holy crap! Yeah, that's how you know I haven't been in here for a minute. Is paint thinner and brush cleaner hit me like a sack of bricks. What, Graham? Yes, I know it smells. I know. I'm aware. Thank you. I'm well aware. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know the talent exists. I've seen people do it. I just don't happen to know anybody personally that I would trust to do it, you know? So it's all about having great connections, right? Let's see. I think this guy. Oh, wow. I missed a whole bright spot in the middle of his jacket. Let's go ahead. That's better. Easy win. There we go. This guy still has a lot of detail that I need to add. That's one thing I don't like about batch painting. Like, I totally understand and respect it's a viable option. And I would love to be better at batch painting. But as a whole, it is so mundane and monotonous. Like, I want to hang out at like a DMV for 4 hours instead of batch painting. Because, like, it just feels repetitive over and over and over again. Until you get to the end, and then holy crap, you've got like 50, 60, 100, 200 minis all done and good to go. And it really shows at the end. But holy crap, during the process, you'd much rather go to the dentist without any Novocaine, you know? That's what drives me absolutely wild about batch painting. Like, I'd much rather find something else to do, like go frickin' minesweeping with a hammer or go bobbing for hand grenades. Yep, that's exactly the issue I'm facing. I got like 100 Krieg that I need to paint up. They're all in various stages. I try batch painting them about 10 or 20 at a time so I can have, quote, uniform squads. But holy crap, do I just lose it, you know? Also, another thing that I really appreciate about this oil wash over Agrax is look at how bright those lenses are. And I just went over them with oil wash. They're still bright, you know? And that's really what I'm going for here is I want those lenses to pop. I want them to look illuminated. I want them to look terrifying, you know? And with this oil wash, I can get away with it. I can be a little sloppy with it, and those details still make themselves very much known, even when I absolutely flood this thing with oil. A bit under the rebreather. See about there. Yeah. Yeah, I highly recommend an airbrush. I used to think it was for the pretentious types when I was younger, and boy, was I naive. As soon as I figured out how to get one working, holy crap, that was a game changer. Night and day difference. I went from, I hate airbrushes, I don't understand why they're so loved and sought after, and then once I had it, I went full on Gollum. I was like, the princess, and the whole time, I was like, I need it, can't get rid of it, must have. And it's fantastic for scale models because you don't get that buildup that you tend to get from like a rattle can. So that was something that I noticed immediately was like I can sneak in and airbrush the tiniest details if I really want to. And I'm not just fire hosing a model at 2 mils with a rattle can, you know? I can I can sneak up and get like this close with an airbrush and just zap it. And I'm not flooding the thing, you know? That's something I truly appreciate about an airbrush is I can get in there and do the detail work and not destroy the details. Oh, hey, you hear me now? I'm sorry, I had the microphone off for a section. The airbrush paints, you don't necessarily need them. In all honesty, it's just watered down acrylics. It's just thinned paints. Um, but um, the whole idea. No, the stream's still live. I'm sorry, I muted the mic. I moved my hands back because I'm working on something off camera for just a second, trying to do something. Um. Here, I'll leave a hand up in the front so that you can see it's still live. But yeah, so with most Citadel paints, right? They they're generally far too viscous, right? They're really thick, they're syrupy. So I immediately add some water to it until it flows, right? Because I kind of want it like melted milkshake, right? That's kind of what I'm going for. I don't want it so thick that it's goopy. But I I highly recommend if you're gonna airbrush with it, if you're using standard unthinned Citadel for layers and base paints, do a 2 parts water, 3 parts paint, and start there. Start with that. If it's still a bit thick, add another, do it like 1-to-1 water paint or even 3-to-2 water paint, right? If you do it that way, it tends to work best through an airbrush. I recommend thinning it down to usually thinner than what you would usually brush with. Thin it out thinner than that. Contrasts, I've noticed, are pretty much um good to go off the rip. They're thin enough. Also your shading and uh weathering like Agrax or Seraphim Sepia, all that stuff is generally wet enough that you can push it through an airbrush, no problem. However, keep in mind that because it's already, quote, a thinned down paint, the airbrush may translate that, uh, if that's the term I really want to use. It may translate to a more opaque overall finish in wear and wash. You may see that it darkens your model up more than you want. Um, but you don't necessarily need to use contrast medium. Like you can, 100% you can. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I've found that just simple tap water, filtered water works just fine. You don't necessarily need to to use, quote, in-house products um to to really thin down acrylics, because they're, in essence, these paints are water based. um and my understanding is they are non-toxic, so like you can actually sit there and lick a paintbrush with Citadel and Vallejo, right? That's where the line ends, right? The acrylic line, you can kind of get away with licking the tip of your brush to put a point on it. As soon as you start using enamels or oil-based paints, all bets are off. I do not recommend licking the. Yeah, 1,000%. It's cheaper than contrast medium. I'm not saying that I don't have contrast medium because I most certainly do, but yeah. I just H2O is the way to go for most airbrush applications. Um, but yeah, I would say airbrushing. Great, thanks, Grim, for your contribution to the model. Couldn't even let it dry, huh? You already had to get your signature in there. Oh, now you're not looking at me, huh? Okay. But yeah, uh, I would just say it's a bit of trial and error, and do a couple of test sprays on some sprue, even just some plain sprue, and get a feel for the coverage and see if it meets your expectations and your overall goals for the finish you're trying to achieve, right? This hobby is very much a test, retest, check again, and keep going for uh the final result. You gotta keep testing and see what works, because it's almost like every situation is different. um you know like sometimes the plastic is different, sometimes it's washed, sometimes it's not washed, sometimes the paint may be a slightly different blend, you know. Very much so. And then um the um the big issue being uh just testing what works in the environment that you're in, and seeing what works, because I've had two bottles of the exact same paint, um and it's different between the two paints entirely. They're brand new. So that's something to keep in consideration. Is trial and error and see what works. But always do a test spray off your actual workpiece before you commit to the model. Like I do it all the time, especially with this commission piece I'm working on, this F14. Holy crap! I've spent probably 45 minutes formulating paint and getting it set to quote what I want it to be before I even put it on the model. And it's just me trying to err on the side of caution, because if it's my own piece, I'll do trial and error on it on the actual workpiece, and I'll just power through it. But if it's a commission piece, I really don't want to run the risk of ruining somebody's commission simply because they want something done quicker, or I'm quote too lazy to do it a certain way. I like to take my sweet time working on a commission, because it's one of those triangle things where you can have it done quickly, you can have it done in good quality, or you can have it done cheaply. And only two of those will ever line up. You never get all three to line up and be low. If you want something quality and quick, it's going to be expensive. If you want something quick and cheap, it's not going to be quality, you know? So it's one of those curbing expectations and understanding the reality behind it all. So something I appreciate about this sort of hobby over some of my other hobbies and side hustles that I've had in the past, one of which being gunsmithing, is this one I'm not necessarily having to expend resources to save time. And that's something I'm kind of thankful for about model building. It's like, yeah, I burned through model masking tape and those supplies, but that's expected expenditures, you know? Like, that's something you go in and you know right off the rip you're not going to get that tape back. Once you pull it from the roll, it's not coming back. But like gunsmithing, there's times where like I'll burn through supplies to try and save time, just because I need to try and get something back out to a buddy who's like, hey, I'm going to the range like next week and this thing's not lining up. Can you check it for me? And I'll check it. But like if I'm having to do some like fitting or adjusting and it's a serious time crunch, I will blow through materials just to make sure that I can make their expected time hacks. But best believe I always tag that into to the bill at the end. That gets chucked in on the invoice. But fortunately, everybody who asks me to do the work immediately understands that like it's a hobby, and I don't take on any tasks that I think are horribly or horrendously outside my realm of experience. I will not say realm of expertise, because yeah, I got the opportunity to learn under a few talented gunsmiths, but by no means am I certified. So I'm that person that people say they quote know a guy. Yeah, I tend to be the guy, and fortunately, I've not had anything catastrophically go sideways for me. Haven't had anybody showing up with fingers missing, because I draw a line when it comes to like, oh, I need a chamber reamed or barrel reset or whatever. It's like, take that to somebody with the tools. So yeah, the air guns most certainly. Got some 2x2 art canvases I want to spend some time on with air spray. What medium to clean them? Great question. I'm terribly sorry. The chat just suddenly started catching up. So for airbrushes, I tend to use Mr. Tool Cleaner. This is a great all-round cleaner. I've never had any issues with it and gaskets and seals and stuff, fortunately. It's sort of gentle enough, if I can dare say that it doesn't tear up the seals or gaskets or anything like that, but it is aggressive enough to clean out just about anything I put in there. Think of it as being as aggressive as acetone on paint, but I have yet to see any significant damage to my air seals. So, but I would highly recommend that Mr. Tool Cleaner. That stuff is really, really good stuff. I like it. Gets the job done. It scratches the itch when it comes to getting paint off of a model, or not off of a model, but out of an airbrush very quickly. And it checks that box quite nicely. So that would be my recommendation. The next recommendation would be acetone, but your mileage may vary when it comes to your actual gaskets and longevity. I know most airbrushes, most reputable airbrush manufacturers, do sell replacement gaskets and seals for airbrushes. I recommend, if you're going to go the acetone route, contact the manufacturer and get your hand on a couple of spare seals, because I have a feeling the acetone will dry out your seals and gaskets. And why'd I put that up there? I want this down here. But yeah, I would say Mr. Cleaner would be the way to go. Also, get familiar and acquainted with how to disassemble your specific airbrush, because you will be tearing it down quite often. If you can get spare nozzle heads, get them. They will save you a lot of headache. So what I like to do, right, is I have a little jar, right? This came from like a jelly sample set, right? And so I've got a couple of these jars. What I like to do is I like to fill it up to about there with acetone. Now it's like 2 tablespoons, right? This whole jar is maybe 4 tablespoons. So I fill it up to about 2, and I'll take my nozzles, right? I'll take my nozzles, I'll put them in here, especially if they're dirty, and I will shake the living crap out of them, right? I really want to shake them up, and I'll let them sit in here for a while. That's why I have spare nozzles, is so that then I can let one sit in the cleaning solution, and it'll clean up, it'll get all the gunk out of it, and at the same time, I can already have a spare one in the airbrush ready to go. And I'm not waiting for 20, 30, 40 minutes, you know? For the moment, just got that Temu. Oh, yeah? So, I have one that's relatively budget, and I have one that's not. So this is the relatively budget airbrush. This one came from Amazon, I think, for like 60 bucks. And I will tell you, this one has more features than my not budget airbrush. Now, I lack the coordination to be able to do the dual action, push down, squeeze back. I would just lose my mind with that. So I went for the trigger type. So I constantly get full airflow, and as I pull the trigger back, it pulls the actual needle back out of the tip, like so, right? So I have constant air feed, but I can change my my maximum paint feed here, as well as back here, right? This one was like $60. Now, my holy crap, that's expensive, is the Tamiya high grade or something like that. Oh yeah, I totally understand that, and I will say that the cheaper brushes will blow your mind. So this one is the Tamiya like Master Grade or Masterworks or whatever they call it, right? This one, I can't change the cup, and the cup is fused. Yes, Grim, that is my leg. I know you want attention. I know, buddy. I know. But right now I'm working on this, dude. Come on. So this one, same concept. Like I can't change the paint feed max, or sorry, the air feed max. I can change the paint feed max. Dude, that is my leg. Stop clawing up my leg, good sir. This one I've had for quite some time. I've had this one for about 4 years now. And as you can see, it is kind of dirty. Honestly, I like this one a lot, but because it's a 0.3 nozzle, it's very tiny. I have to thin my paints down even more than most people do. Like I have to get them really thin to go through this. So, but yeah, I like this one a lot, but it takes a few extra passes to get the opacity I want, just because the paint has to be so thin. Grim, where in the devil do you think you're going? You are not getting on this table. There is enough stuff on here to make you terribly sick if you ingest it. But yeah, I gotta say, don't sleep on the cheap airbrushes, because even though this one was really expensive, this one is kind of kneecapped and very much a niche application. So if I'm running acrylics, I have to water them down to the point where it almost looks like Kool-Aid. Like it feels like I'm using Kool-Aid to paint stuff. There's a good reason why this, I know it doesn't look like I've taken much out of it, but originally it started with the air bubble like right here. Now it's all the way down here. I use this just to thin my primer. And I don't have that much primer. I have to thin it that thin to try and get my primer to flow cleanly through it. Yeah, the PSI on the air helps quite a bit. I have an Iwata IWATA air compressor. A lot of people like to knock on them because I know a lot of people who do airbrush and they do like fabric work, so like airbrushing t-shirts, flags, stuff like that. And they knock on them because they don't have the air pressure to really support the penetration they need for fabric work. Fortunately for me, I don't need penetration airflow for model building. Most of us don't. We just need enough to spit the paint out and get it to travel the 1.5 inches of air to the designated model, you know? So the Iwata is not bad. It's pretty quiet, all things considered, but it is a tankless air compressor. It drives Grim up the wall anytime I fire it up. Like he bolts like the house is on fire. But I would recommend it, but buy one used. I know new at Hobby Lobby they were going for like $150, $200. I managed to pick mine up, I kid you not, from eBay for $40 shipped. It's got a little dent in it, and yeah, when it showed up, it smelled like a chain smoker's lungs. But within about a week of use, it started smelling better. That's the job. It's got a pressure control nozzle on one side. It's got a power switch on the other. So yeah, Yeah, it has a mild hum on mine as well. Like, it's not terrible. And once it's up to pressure, it really just hums ever so slightly. Like, you'll occasionally get that brrrr sort of sound if you're constantly running it and you're actually feeding the air off of it. But you'll get this brrrr, and it'll go to a hum. So, but yeah, it's not a bad air compressor, and it's pretty tiny. I think it's like 6 by 6 by 3. It's got a nice carry handle on it. It's got a little rest on it for you to like store your hairbrush. I don't really use it because it's not really geared for a trigger type airbrush. I actually use it to me a hairbrush stand for my 2 hairbrushes because honestly it works great, and it's got like 8 inches, 10 inches of lift off of the desktop, and it's got a little notch like a yoke that goes over the top to hold the airbrushes in place so they don't just fall right out. So I don't have to fight with that at all, and I don't necessarily have to worry about finding my airbrush on the floor. So that would be my recommendation. Is if you want something a little bit stronger, check out the Iwatas. So sorry that I'm off of camera right now. I'm trying to scrape out all of that paint right there. That's not good. I'm gonna try and mix that into the paint. Nope, that's all rock hard. We're gonna pull that ring out. That is done for. Don't mix that back in. Always hate when that happens, but there's still paint, usable paint on the ring. So we are gonna drag it across the wet palette, try and offload a good chunk of it. And I'm gonna start doing some brim painting around these bases. So I really like using Celestra Gray when I'm doing snow bases. I feel like it ties in well. It doesn't really distract too much from the model or the environmental effects that I'm trying to go for on the model. So that's what I usually lean towards when painting up my winter schemes. Usually, if I'm doing like a muddy base, I'll do a brown or a green brim paint. I generally try not to have a significant contrast between my environmental paints and the rim paints, because if it's too stark a contrast, it's jarring. It looks out of place. It distracts from the overall look of the model. Like, when I paint a model, I want people to look at the model. I don't want people to be fixated on the base going, yo, bro, why is it bright red and the rest of the base is green? You know, it just doesn't add up. The math ain't mathin'. So I want to avoid that at all costs. But, all right, so a quick little trick and tip for you guys who may not be too familiar with painting mini bases. What you can do is you can take a quote sacrificial base or one base that you're not using. So for example, I'm using this, and then you get some poster tack, blue tack, whatever you want to call it, and you stick that down right in the middle, right? Boom, done. And then, well, this base is still a little wet. We're going to do this one. We're going to take the model and push it down on the blue tack, just like so, right? It's not going anywhere, right? It's secure enough that I can paint this and not have to worry about the model falling. At the same time, I don't have to particularly handle the model directly. So this is kind of a win-win. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the paint, and we're going to introduce it to the brim, right? So I'm going to do a few splotches. This will make sense in a minute, right? So like painting an X on a wall, when you're painting a wall, I'm going to try and preload some spots Primarily, I preload the starting position of where I'm going around the brim and the end of the rotation around the brim, because usually when I get to the end of it, my brush is running pretty light. Now you can see here I'm not getting perfect opacity, right? You can see there's a lot of brush strokes showing up. That's okay, because we're going to do a second and possibly even a third coat to ensure we get the coverage we want at the opacity we want. So you can see right there, I got that big dark streak right here. We're going to let that sit for a minute because it's still very wet. I'm going to do a quick roll. Over here, it's already drying, right? So this side I can already tell is drying up. So I can come back in here, start applying this second coat from here. And you can see it's thinning out in the middle. That's fine. We can always go back and touch that up. But what you want to try and do is you want to try and get this covered at least with one coat of paint. And then we can let that sit for a minute and dry. While that sets up, we can load up the wet palette some more with some more of this paint that I want to use for the brim paint. So, I don't know if chat has frozen, but haven't gotten anything new from you guys. Let me know if it's still live for you, if you don't mind. All right, the brim is starting to dry. Coming back in. It's okay if the overall finish is a bit rough on the brim. I'm not too worried. It's not like I'm painting for a golden demon with these. I'm just painting for something to look nice, you know? Not trying to win any trophies, painting competitions, or anything of that sort with this. If I'm doing a commission piece, best believe I'm gonna give it my all, doing the best I can. Now right here, I'm just going around and picking up some of these open spots around the brim, because I just want to pick that out, clean it up a little bit. Another cat hair. Thanks, Graham. Thank you for confirming comms. You're still up. Had a little bit of excitement in the chat earlier, and I kind of have a feeling YouTube may have been considering shadow banning me for a couple minutes, because chat definitely went a way that I think the YouTube deities may or may not approve of. Fingers crossed they take mercy on me, because I tried to tiptoe my way through that minefield. And hopefully I managed to get out of there unscathed. So, but yeah, it seems like it's just you and me now. Just the two of us. Only showing 2 on my side. So. But I'm hoping and praying to have some actual video published here this upcoming Friday. It may just be something small, 5-minute video, quick clip, because I haven't uploaded anything in about 2 or 3 weeks, so I think the algorithm is not going to go easy on me by any stretch in the imagination. So, I appreciate that. Yeah, very much so. But yeah, I'm hoping I was respectful enough that the YouTube gods take mercy on my soul. If anything, I think I could petition for somebody to watch it and be like, yo, this is what I said, right? Here you go. Here's the video. Let's see. I need that to set. Oops. It's just the container. Okay, we're good. This one's painted up and ready. This one needs weather effects, and then base brim painting. But yeah. Oh, you should have seen it earlier. At one point we peaked at something like 27 concurrent viewers. I was blown away. I was very pleased to see that number. And then within about 25 seconds they all ran off. I think that's the nature of being live. So but it was really cool seeing that that number being double digits for about 25-30 seconds. For a second I thought the algorithm truly was throwing the dog a bone. But unfortunately, that was not the case. So oh man, I really need to figure out how I can play music and continue to watch this stream without causing any problems. Because I'm pretty sure that may help with retention. Oh, also, Mikey, do you know if I play background music on a live stream, does that immediately run the issue of demonetization, or is it just considered an environmental effect? Titles, description, cause it to pop up on some feeds. Yeah, very much so. It's very much a nice, nice moment. That 30 seconds of popularity really, really boosts the ego a little bit, and then immediately it's like, hey, bud, come back to reality. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to go home. So, but yeah, if you have any insight on background music during a live stream, I'd really appreciate your 2 cents on that, because I have no idea. In a copyright usually doesn't affect the video from being published. Okay. So if I find something that's copyright free or like AI generated as background music, I might be able to get away with it. Is that what you're Not necessarily saying, but kind of possibly alluding to. Aha. Thank you, thank you. So I think what I may try and do next time is I'll dig out the old laptop and set it up somewhere where I can hopefully monitor that for live chat, and then use the tablet and a Bluetooth speaker to play some copyright-free music. Hopefully that pans out. Wow, that blows. Yeah, I'd probably just go through the copyright-free like music library, download a boatload of videos, and then put them in my own personal playlist, and then do it that way. I may just do that. So that might be the way to dodge it. So, not near monetization, so play what you like. The copyright at worst restricts your video from being used in certain countries. Oh! Yeah, I'm definitely nowhere close to monetization yet. I'd love to be up there in those numbers, but honestly, right now I just don't have the time to contribute to such hopes, dreams, and ambitions. Ah, gotcha. So, the places that could directly impact me, but not have detrimental impacts at the moment. I see what you mean. So, by all means, every view counts, but those locations may not be absolutely detrimental to my existence. Interesting. That's a first. You know what's funny is when I checked out my viewer count, like something like 15%, 20% of my viewers are actually in Russia, if I remember correctly. Blew my mind. I was really surprised by that. But I think for a live stream, I might be able to get away with it because live streams are. It seems like they might be a little bit more forgiving, at least in that regard, because they're like, "Oh crap, environmental effect." Well, yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to make you mad. Please forgive me. So, I think it's just you, me, and Milwaukee in here. If anybody else is in here, please, by all means, sound off, say hello so I can address you. And pop in with a question or something. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Very much within reason, mind you. Like, don't be asking for like my last four, my mailing address, maiden names, freaking name of first pet. So, yeah, we miss you on the server, by the way. I totally understand your reasons for leaving, and I respect that 1,000%. But some of the boys say hey, so I hope you're doing well. Figured I'd pass on their words of admiration and respect. So, I got a absolutely mental photo of that tank diorama that I took very recently, sitting on the bookshelf. Got the lighting just right. Oh, you're back! Hey, Mikey, welcome back. Welcome back. Happy to have you back. So let's see. That one's done. I'm gonna set him over there and let him dry up. This guy, yeah, still a little bit wet. Don't want to do the rim paint just yet. This one I might be able to get away with. I think I can get away with painting the rim on this one. Not making an absolute fool of myself. So, yeah, of course. Of course, Mikey. It's always a pleasure when I get the chance to talk with you. How's that old saying go? Great beer, great friends, great company? Oh, yeah. No, I totally understand. Totally understand, my friend. Yeah, that's definitely a stress that I hope that I don't have to face with my fur ball anytime soon. So, when we went to the vet was pleasantly surprised at the condition of his health and how he's doing. So he's only 4, but still, they were quite surprised to see that he's in supposedly fantastic shape. Yeah, you had a big old tuft of fur in your mane, dude. I was getting it out. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing you a favor. You want to chew on that later? Be my guest, but I'm trying to save you that headache. Yep. Sometimes I can't tell if he can't tell whether he's a lap cat or not. Because there's times where he wants to climb into my lap, and there's times where he runs away like I'm walking plague. Let's see. Come on. What else can I paint up? That one's still too wet. That one's got oil settings, so that's not going to be ready today. This one's still got oil settings, so that's not going to be ready today. But, I just need this thing to... Okay, it's finally drying up enough. I can pour a second coat. Good enough. Water it down a little bit. But yeah, we found out that previous owners had only given the cats one rabies vaccine. So for this pre-move check, they wanted to do a FAVN or FAVN test, where they check for the rabies antibodies in your pet. So it's a blood draw, and they said usually it doesn't even register the antibodies until the second vaccine, and it takes about 6 weeks for the test to come back. So we're kind of rolling the dice on it. Because I told them, I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and do the test either way. Fortunately, the quarantine where we're going is only 10 days. Wow. Yeah. No, I don't envy you on that one bit. I totally understand that. I gotta actually get a car over to the shop and get some exhaust components welded in so that then I'm compliant for where I'm headed to next. And the shop, unfortunately, the guy I was talking to was like, "Oh yeah, hey, I'll do it," and then he like full on disappeared. Recommended me to some other guy, and I don't know what this some other guy is going to charge me for the job, but the guy I was originally talking to was like $100, and he'll weld it up. Because I've got the parts, I just don't know how to weld as much as I'd love to learn. I'm not exactly going to try and learn on a time critical and vehicle critical component when I have like only a matter of weeks before I'm packing up and moving out, you know? Just had a harebrained idea enter my mind. Let's see if this helps at all. Let's see if this works. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Do. Boom. Maybe, maybe not. It's a dumb idea, but it might work. So, give me about 5 minutes. Gonna step away for a very quick bio break. It is I. I have returned. I do apologize. I had to step away for just a moment. Welcome, welcome. I see we have a few more people in here. Go ahead and say hi, and give you a shout out on stream. So today we're just painting up some Warhammer. Oh, you're watching me from both sides, huh? Oh, now we got 5 people. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. And yeah, we're just painting up some Krieg today for those of you just tuning in. Right now I'm in various stages of completion, so this one I'm just waiting for the rim to dry a little bit so I can touch that up a little bit more. This one I'm waiting for the base to dry. There's a small collection there, and there. Sorry, there. Let me find a pointer. Better. There, and there. That are going to be drying for the rest of the stream because I just did an oil wash, and that generally takes between 18 and 24 hours to really set up before you can really start working on them. Yeah. So this is pretty much what I've been doing all stream. And oh, also, got a question for you. When you're doing a live stream and you want it to count towards watch hours, I know you gotta have it published as public after the upload, but is it like you have to do it as an immediate public upload? Or is it just, hey, as soon as you're done with it and you've closed everything out, you go back in and add it to your quote public videos? Because I noticed one time I had like a total viewing something like 70 something hours for one of my live streams when I first looked at it, and then it didn't contribute to my overall watch time for the channel. So thank you. I appreciate you double checking that one for me. Because I checked to make sure before I went live that this was a public live stream. So that shouldn't be the issue. However, just want to make sure that when I'm doing the quote completed video upload process nonsense, that it's not shooting myself in the foot for my viewing hours. Because I'd very much like to see my numbers spike. They do? Huh. But is there a certain way I gotta process it to make them count? Because I remember it took a considerable amount of time before it even began to register on my algorithm that I had done a live stream with something like 70 hours of total coverage. So I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So let's see. What's the view channel? Let's see what the channel's looking like at the moment. 272 subs, not bad. Seeing what I can do here. Unfortunately, I didn't add a description because I wasn't thinking that far ahead. So that's not helping me at all. Let's see. Yeah, it's still 272 subs, so we've gained 1 today. I'm very thankful. Very thankful for that indeed. YouTube live streams count towards public watch hours for monetization while a stream is active. Every minute viewers spend watching your live broadcast continues total watch real time. Okay. Thank you for looking into that for me. I appreciate you. I may have to step away again for just a moment and see what I can do here. Yeah, be right back again. It'll only be about 2 or 3 minutes. Gotta fix something real quick. I have returned yet again. I do apologize for stepping away. I had to check on something real quick. My computer was working on something and I forgot to check on it before jumping on the stream. Fortunately, it finished it. So, let's see. How can I add a description? Or is it too late to do that? Because I have a feeling it's too late to do that. Settings. Chat filter, community moderation. Automatic chat translation, no other settings. That blows. Yeah, I think, let's see, create highlight, green screen, flash, lighting, flip, mute, effects, stickers, hide live video, retouch, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think that's something I need to do before starting the stream. So, lessons learned there. Let's see how this goes. Yeah. Let's see. What do I have going on here? Yeah, that's one of those live and learn moments, am I right? Let's see. I love painting Krieg and I hate painting Krieg. I love them for their detail. I hate them because you need to have so many of them to be able to do anything with them. All right. Yeah, I may want to add some more mineral spirits to that. Let's get that one ready for rim painting. Come on, nice and easy. Don't. Thank you very much. Come on. Thank you. But, yeah. So how is everybody on stream today, huh? Glad you're enjoying it, Milwaukee. Doing my best to get back in the saddle before taking a long pause on actually being able to do anything. I do intend to pack my recording materials and tools for the channel in my quote ready go bag. So when I move, I have my camera and at least my laptop ready to go when I get where I'm going. The internet may be crappy out there when I first get there, may be fantastic. I don't want to hold my breath on anything at the moment, but I do want to at least have the ability to continue to record and create material as the time becomes available to me. So what I already have a couple of kits on site at my next location. One of my good friends is there at the moment, and so graciously picked up an elephant, the German World War II self-propelled gun, anti-tank, really tank destroyer, and picked up an H-class German proposed battleship, the Super Bismarcks. So, why the sad face? Because I'm trying to make it better. I'm trying to get to my 1,000. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that H-class. Very much looking forward to that. Hopefully, at the new site, I can set up my painting situation better. Wolves, Eldari, Harlequins, and Drukhar. Yep, that's That's a lot. That's quite a bit. I don't envy you in the slightest. Yes, Grim. Yes, this is my leg. It's not a scratching post, good sir. Yes, hello. You want to say hi to the stream? Let's let you say hello to the stream. How are you, fluffers? Hmm. There you go. Yes, no. I know you want to jump onto my lap, buddy, but I can't have you on my lap. Go ahead and get back in the chair. Come on. Come on, big guy. Please. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yep, that's it. Come on. Up here. Oh, you're just gonna walk out? Okay, I got your tail. Haha. Alright, fine. What'd you find? Yeah. What'd you find? Of course. Found a toothpick. So. Anyways. Yeah, I'm hoping to have a battleship and a tank built relatively quickly. I'm actually gonna plan on repurposing the kitchen table as my new painting setup in the new location, if all goes well. I would very much like having a much larger table to work on. The folding table is great, don't get me wrong, but it's very narrow. I don't have a boatload of depth in it. It's maybe 2.5 feet, 3 feet if I'm really lucky, whereas the kitchen table is like 4 feet deep. The paint rack will not be mounted to the wall. I'm going to be using the commercial paint rack, and I'm hoping to be able to set up my chrome shelves so that then they can all be up against the wall, sort of library style, so I can return to them for any model kit that I may decide to build. And at the same time, I feel like that might be a good backdrop if I decide to start doing, quote, the interview visuals. I'm still on the fence about doing that, but I'm not 100% against it. It's just something to think about. Yeah. So ADHD is hitting hard right now. I'm gonna try and change it up a little bit, work on something else. Yes, Grim. What's up, buddy? What are you trying to find? Is the stream still live for you guys? Just asking. Moving my hand, communicating, just making sure we're still hearing good comms. Yes, Grim. I know you want to get on my lap, but I can't have you on my lap. I'm painting. Get up on my lap, you're going to be a cat covered in paint, good sir. We can't have that. Thank you for getting on the chair. Cool. I'm glad we got good comms. Thank you. But, oh, come on. Thank you. Here we go. I want you to sit right there. And I got enough space to get some glue under this foot. Let's do that real quick before this all sets. There we go. Like, I love the heavy armor. There's Phobos? No, not Phobos. This is the heavy intercessor, if I remember correctly. I really love this armor, but holy crap, the assembly's kind of janky, especially if you don't glue them. They definitely feel loosey-goosey. And I don't like loosey-goosey, especially on models that should be a relatively tight fit. So okay, cool. I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. think the last time I put any paint on this Mini was 2022, 2023. So yeah, my backlog is extensive and very angry at me. I'm hoping to catch up on that. But I'm thinking for the first Gundam kit, I'll put a poll up and see what people want me to build. Because I have quite the Gundam backlog. And hopefully I can take a chunk out of that. It would most certainly be a full-fledged video and not a live stream, simply because I feel excuse me, that something like a project of that nature would benefit more from having its own individual video instead of live streaming and hoping and praying that the algorithm edits it appropriately. So, also with the upcoming short abundance of time that I will be having, kind of thinking about live streaming at least once a week, maybe more. Let me know what you guys think about that, if I should. Attack of the Pile of Gunpla. Yeah, I like that, but I don't know if I want to start up a second channel. I'd probably lose my mind. So, because it would get to the point where I'm trying to keep track of which account's doing what and making sure I'm logged in on the right one whenever I go to upload something. So, I don't trust myself to stay on top of it like that. I just don't. As much as I wish I could, I just don't see that happening. We do have a sister gaming channel at the moment. It's gaming with it's either gaming with the pile or gaming with the gray pile. So feel free to check that out. Right now I'm only tracking one video has been uploaded, so not really missing out on much just yet. But the plan is to have more stuff uploaded here in the near future. It's an endeavor of one of our boys from the Discord server, good old Mr. Hip Dragon himself. So feel free to check out that YouTube channel and show it some love and appreciation, as I'd love to see his channel grow. It's very much a similar situation to mine, where we're just doing it for the fun of it. We're not necessarily trying to get numbers, but if we start seeing some numbers, it's always appreciated. I'd very much love to see my numbers get to a point where, like, I can use the channel to put back into the hobby and help fund it. You know, that would be awesome if I could get there. I'm still thinking about the members thing. I'm not a huge fan of it because I don't want to put anything behind a paywall. But what I may do is I may just make it like $1, you know? Like, I don't want it to be something massive, but put $1 and be like, if you want to support the channel and help me do the things I do, feel free to sign up as a member when that gets unlocked. And just be like, hey, please understand this is not some sort of paywall. I'm not hiding any media, any content, anything like that. There's no delayed publication as of yet, nor is it really my plan to do like delayed publications. Yeah, maybe a Patreon. I gotta double check and see if I can do that. Unfortunately, my line of work is kind of sensitive when it comes to stuff like that. So I got to double check and make sure I'm not going to be pissing off, quote, the mom and dad that pay me, and see if that would be possible. I very much would like to try and set up something like that, have some sort of support channel, or support chain. But I in all honesty think, if we did a members thing, where it's like $1 a month, if that, like doing something like that, I only see something like 30% of the return. So for everybody who does it, I get 30 cents a month. It's not a lot, but if you're looking at 500 people who decide to join it, that's what, $150? That's a model kit. That's a model kit every month, or that's a considerable amount of decent paint. So it would go back into the channel itself. I would directly invest that back in. So, but yeah, I know I'm putting the cart far before the horse, but just some stuff that's rattling in this dumb brain of mine, so that then you guys have an understanding of what I'm thinking about and where I'd like to see the channel go, and things that I'm considering and not considering at the same time, because I just want to be transparent and honest with you guys, because you guys have been there to support me, and I truly appreciate y'all for everything, because like without y'all I probably wouldn't have even gotten into this. And you guys really make this possible. So, let's see. Oh, Grim, you're shedding too much, my good sir. Whew. Just breathed in a fluff ball. Good Lord. Yes, I'm talking about you, good sir. Oh, where are you going now? Think something's in the kitchen? Okay. Enjoy the kitchen. But yeah. Let's see. What do I want to work on? Let's work on this guy. Because this guy needs some paint. But first, I need to dust him. Good Lord. There's so much dust on this guy. It's like he was hanging out on top of a fireplace all winter. No, he wasn't, because he was hanging out here in the paint room. Still. What I think I'm going to do with this guy, I think I'm going to do some sponge chipping. Let's see how that goes. Here we go. Got the sponge ready. Get the cat hair out of here. Good Lord. If you're in the hobby, I recommend closing off the room to pets if you really don't want any pet hair contributions, if it as you were, or if you may. Let's see. I want a dark blue-gray. Yeah, London gray might work. I think that'll work quite nicely, actually. Yeah, that should work just fine. But yeah, the Patreon idea is not a bad idea. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could join us today. Let's darken this up a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough, I'd say, for sponge chipping. So, let's go ahead and get the sponge. Do the whole dabbing, and boom. So, the sponge chipping doesn't really show up on camera too much, but makes a world of difference in the mini. Let's see. But yeah, it might show up better. Oh yeah, you can see it there. You can see how the chipping is really helping out. I want to try and do a little. Oh. Uh-oh. We good? I say Marco, you say... Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I just had a disconnecting, reconnecting message come up over the streaming device, so I just wanted to make sure we were still alive and kicking here. Mm. But yeah, no real name set out for this guy just yet. Just trying to get back into the swing of things. I've been absent for a while, and can't leave y'all hanging. I do kind of have a crazy idea at the moment. I do have a set of Black Templar that only have the base paint on them at the moment. Kind of tempted to see how well I can do sponge chipping on a full-on Templar company or platoon. Let's see how that turns out. Let's see. Let's grab a couple. Because I think doing sponge chipping on a platoon would look really, really snazzy. So I've seen guys do it before, and I think it looks fantastic. I'm just hoping that I can do it and not mess it up too much. Alright. Got a handful of minis here. Uh-oh. His shoulder pauldron's gone. His is on the table. That's no bueno. Alright. Starting off strong, huh? Yeah. Yes, tilt the tray. That really helps, bud. Alright, there's that guy. Where's the, so got 1, 2, 3, 4. Where is the 5th guy? 5. Cool. Let's figure that out. Alright, so we're going to try it on these guys here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th guy already has some on him, so we're going to leave him as is. But here's the concept. We are going to take our mini, right? Just start sponge chipping all over. Oh well, that's kind of the color I want, but not right now. Give me a minute. I just dipped my pinky in some Thunderhawk blue, and it's stuck all over my pinky. So, only trained professionals, right? Yeah, that's a bit thick. Let's try that. Ah, that's better. Oop. Yes, drop the mini. I've heard that helps. Yes, Grim, welcome back. All right, let's see. A little bit of chipping there. Excuse me. I apologize. Okay. Let's see. Can I please? Nope, that's way too thick. Screw it. Dang it. Let's try that way. All right, so that's one layer of sponge chipping done. Let's move on to the next guy. Dang it. This is going on way too thick. The sponge can't tell if it wants to do chipping or full-on sponge-based painting. Because it's like I touch it just to try and get the chips, and it does nothing. But as soon as I put any pressure behind it, it's like, oh, hey, you wanted a full-on stamp. And it's like, no, just wanted the chipping effect, good sir. Give me the chips. I want the chips to go with my food. All right, screw it. We're changing to a new sponge because I think that might be the issue. Let's see. It might work better now. So there's that one. So how's everybody doing? Let's see. Mix up some more paint here. Oh, you know, surviving. One day at a time. Oh! Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Milwaukee. That would be fantastic. Dang it, that's still two. There we go. That's better. For those of you watching that aren't very familiar with what I'm doing here, what I'm doing is I'm using an open cell sponge, right, as a pseudo paintbrush, if you will. But instead of dragging it across the surface, what I'm doing is I'm touching the surface with the sponge after patting off a good chunk of the paint. The whole idea is it helps replicate the erratic chipping effect that you see on painted items and surface. Yes, drop him in the paint. That really works, bud. So as I was saying, the whole idea is to give a weathered and worn appearance, right? So you can see how he's all spotted up now. He's all random dots. And you do it several times with different colors of paint to show different levels of degradation of the surface. And it really, really sells the idea that whatever it is you're looking at is pretty beat up, right? So I'm going over this with shades of gray, and then I add a little bit of blue, because that's a common color that you'll see when black chips away. You'll see a bluish gray sort of tone, which I will be adding after this step or the next. I don't know if I want to add another gradient of black or gradient of gray to this surface just yet. It's very much one of those spot tests, see how it goes, see if you like it. If you do, rinse, repeat, continue. So hopefully it goes the way I want it to. But can't really can't really guarantee the results. It's one of those trust the process and enjoy the results, or rubbing alcohol bath your entire model till all the paint goes away, but the memories linger. So let's see. There's that. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do next is we're gonna do Thunderhawk Blue with a touch of dark gray mixed in. Really hoping that pays off. there's that. Let's see. I'm not upset with the color I'm getting on the wet palette at the moment. That's good. Might be enough of a contrast to stand out amongst the previous layers. Let's see. Yeah. Come on. Thank you. That's a good chunk of sponge. I think that's going to work out real well. It's got some nice regular surfaces to it. And I'm seeing a little bit of blue, but not enough blue. So we're going to add a little bit more blue to this. Try and get that shading and gradient that I want. Yeah, let's go with Prussian blue here. See how that mixes in. Yeah, that's plenty of blue. Test this theory out. Right, that might be too much blue. Oh, that's like Night Hunt Gloom blue now. That's not terrible. We'll try it. We'll see how that goes. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit here. Yeah, that's kind of the blue tone I'm going for. Oh, too much blue on that one. Here, let's try that. Oh, that's better. That's so much better. Oh, also, I've kind of been considering the option of opening up a PO box for the channel. So, if you guys think that's a good idea, let me know. If you guys want to do fan mail or have a kit you want me to build, that's an option I'm considering. Still very much in the thinking about stage, not so much the quote executing stage, the execution of getting a mailbox, but it's something that's quote on the back burner of my mind. If I do get one, I'll be sure to make a post about it, so that then everybody knows how they can reach me and send like fan mail or whatever. So, yeah, the blue biscuit's very blue. See what I mean? That's a little bright. I may be able to knock that down with that oil wash, but right now I think I'm gonna roll with it as is. It's not a terrible color, but it is a very blue. See what I mean? So the color I'm working with doesn't really show up that well on gray or black, but it's like used blue tack blue, like well seasoned blue tack blue, if I can call it that. So I just want to go over the surface and dab this on, right? I don't want to drag the sponge too much because that's going to cause some really really streaky kind of chips. It doesn't look like scratches. It looks more like failed attempts to paint with a brush when you do that. So I'm trying to avoid that at all costs, but seems that the sponge has different ideas at the moment. Yeah, I think it's a little bright, but what I'm thinking is if I hit it with that oil wash that I was working with earlier, I might be able to tie it all back in. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna finish up the sponge chipping, and then I'll go over the armor trim and knock that out. Try and pick out some of the details like the belts and whatnot, the pouches, and those bits on the model. And then I will hit it with the global wash. Once I hit it with the global wash, it should help tie it all together and give it a quote uniform filter. Now it's not going to be perfect, but it'll definitely help. Ooh, phone's getting toasty, like properly hot. All right, let's keep this going, and hopefully it holds up long enough for us to actually see some results here. So next step, the belts. So that's not working too well. Need some more light. Give me some more light, please. All right. Yeah, you can kind of see what I'm doing, so I'm gonna go for it. Let's see. So here, I'm just chasing out the belt detail. First thing I want to do is put the base coat for the belt. Right, so that's gonna be the most prominent color. And I'm gonna be hitting these pouches because I want them to be leather as well. Right, so my brush is not nearly wet enough. Yes, please continue knocking the models over. That's how we keep nice things, right? So as I start to pick out these details, it'll help tie all the rest of it together. So by doing this and highlighting these pouches in the leather, it helps tone down that blue. Like, yeah, it still looks kind of blue, but it's not nearly as vibrant as it was earlier, because now we've got this really, really vibrant brown here. It's a very saturated brown. Ooh, we're gonna rub that away. So if you're building a model and it's pre-built, always paint from the deepest position outward. So that's why you're seeing me do the belt so early. It's because it's one of the deepest details on this model. And in all honesty, I don't want to have to reach around surfaces like you're seeing here, right? I keep touching the edge of this pauldron here with the brown, and I want to stop doing that. So by doing the belt work early keeps me from having to touch up the pauldron quite so much later because I don't really have a reason to reach in past the pauldron, right? We're gonna go ahead and try and get the top of that pouch if we can reach it. Oh man, this is gonna be tricky. Oh, got it. Cool. So now you can kind of see that with the pouches painted, kind of tones down that blue on the chipping. So we're gonna set them aside and move to the next guy. And rinse and repeat. So there's that side of the belt, this section of the holster. Do, do. See, there it is again, touching that pauldron. This is why I try to do the deepest recesses first, work my way out. So again, you can see how that brown is helping tone down the blue. Eh, it's not too bad when it comes to this stuff. It's really just the same as like trying to draw lines on paper. Just the paper's three-dimensional now. So you just kind of have to engage it as such, right? You gotta remember, since it's three-dimensional and we like to draw in 2 dimensions, sometimes you have to move the canvas to ensure that you get the coverage you want where you want it. Yeah, so that's the belts done. Doesn't look like anybody has any slings on their weapons, so that makes this painting process that much easier. Now there's a big hole. Sorry. There's a big hole on the back of this holster here. Now I want to do my best to avoid actively highlighting that hole. At the same time, I want to try and make sure the edge details. Sorry. Oh man. I really need to be painting through the camera and not from my own eyes. But I don't want that hole being highlighted. I'm trying to find an angle for you to see that. So if you see that there's a big old cavity in the back of the pistol holster. And I don't want to draw too much attention to it. It's not like you're going to be looking at the model from like this angle, but I don't necessarily need to point out that big gaping hole either. So if I can get away with not showing that off, that makes my life that much easier. Oh, looking for something. Here we go. 1 second. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Wanted to snack on something quickly, but I'm wearing headphones for the audio, and I didn't want to deafen you guys with crunchy snack noises. You guys came here for the painting, not for the tinnitus. So there's that. Now, I think the next step is going to be the winged skulls on the chest pieces, on the chest plates. So so I'm going to do the winged skulls, the eyes, and the exhausts in this bronze color. I really like gold and bronze accents on the black background on these Black Templars. There we go. Oh, and I'm seriously considering converting most of my ultramarine force, giving them a huge rubbing alcohol bath, and repainting them as white Templars. What do you guys think of that? Let's turn this on the base. Send it done. Oop. There we go. Suddenly, I have better access to what's in front of the camera. Oh, yeah. That's a million times better. Okay. So, next up, eye lenses. Now, it's okay if I wind up getting some paint on the, I guess, cheekbone, or what would be the cheekbone, right? Because when I put that wash on, you see how he's got like a golden eyeshadow under the lens? Once I put that oil wash on this model, that will immediately hide all of that, because the oil wash wants to hide out in the recesses. That's one super tempting recess for an oil wash. Oh yeah, it's something I could record, but well, honesty, I don't think it's going to be too exciting. I'm just going to put them in my 3D printer wash station. Oh, come on, stop focusing on my thumb. Need you to focus on the brush. Yes, there you go. This is where the quote precision comes into play. Having to pick out these individual details, like the rivets and buttons and all of that. That gets to be a challenge. That's when you want a really steady hand and a really sharp brush. I have a really sharp synthetic brush that would be really good for this, but I don't like how synthetics are so quick to dump paint on a surface. So that's why I'm using these. This brush is pretty much my go-to brush for like 99% of whatever I'm doing. So this is a Kolinsky Sable brush. Come on, thank you. Let's do that. Even better. So, come on. I want you focused on the model. Stay there. So, it has a fine enough point that I can actually chase these rivet details on the backpack quite nicely. And very accurately. Without having to worry about, like, I'm trying to paint this and the brush comes on like this. No, it's almost 1-to-1 for scale. So there's that. This guy's going to be a little bit trickier because his arm is kind of in the way here, so I'm going to have to maneuver him quite a bit so I can get this to look right. So if you do find yourself painting something like this, always remember you can move the model around to get the most advantageous angles to paint. But curb your expectations on how clean you're going to get this thing to look, especially in these tight recesses. So if you're going to have something this tight, honestly, I would recommend you either disassemble the model or you paint during assembly, right? That's usually the way to do it. Is you paint and build as you go. That tends to work out in your favor. Boom, boom, boom. Let's put this back somewhere in view. Yeah, that works. Good enough. Dang it. This autofocus is really driving me at the wall. I'm sure it's driving you guys absolutely bonkers as well. Let's see. Reset. And there we go. Let's do the exhausts. There's that. That. What other details do I want to pick out? Yep, those two rivets up top. Here's that rivet. Here's that rivet. Oh, let's see. Dang it. Keep putting my hand in the wet palette. My left hand is like 6 different colors now. Thankfully, this stuff scrubs off pretty easy. But let's see, with these two, I think I'm going to go ahead and start doing the shoulder trim so I can get an idea of what exactly I want these to look like. Where is my burnt steel? Here we go. Oily steel. Good enough. I feel like this will be a nice contrast from the gold we have on the accent details. So, here's the plan. We are going to take this oily steel. I'm going to apply it on the pauldron trim. Just like so. Dang on. This phone is getting super toasty now. I'd say, after I get this one painted up, I'm probably going to have to call it, because, this phone feels like I left it out in the sun all day. And let's stop putting the thumb in the stream, buddy. Let's do this, yeah. There we go. So, there's the oily steel around the side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no arm. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Let's see what we can do with this. There we go. See that bright spot right here? Yeah, that's gone. Good. All right, we're going to let that dry for a minute before we glue this on. But while we have this off and the opportunity before us, the opportunity has presented itself. We can hit this. Oh, that's wonderful. I truly appreciate you, brother. That's fantastic. Because, like, it's going to be something I use later on down the road. I don't need it, like, right now. Like, I figure when we hit, like, 500 subs or 1,000 subs, put everybody's name on a, quote, slice of the pie, spin it, and then whomever's name it stops on, they can get, like, a free squad painted by me, or, like, something of equivalent value in commission work. There we go. Come on. No. Stop looking at my thumb. I want to look. There you go. All right. Cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Having stuff ready is fantastic. I think that's very early. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here's the safe spot. Wow, this really moved. Okay, we're going here. That's a little more comfortable. I'm not having to contort myself too much. Don't feel like I'm in Cirque du Soleil anymore. All right, come on. All right, there's that. But you can see I'm not being too precise about this trim line here, because I'm not too worried about it looking a little beat up. The rest of the model looks like he's been standing in front of a frickin' wood chipper all day. So it would look really weird if this piece of trim here didn't look a little beat up. You know what I mean? So, not aiming for absolute precision in this trim piece. I just want it to at least be identifiable and recognizable as a separate colored component. Like that. Right? So now, I feel that arm has dried enough, we can glue it. Let's go ahead and glue that on. So get this glue on here. Now you'll see I'm spinning around with the brush here. And what I want to try and do is I want to try and make a slurry like that. It's no longer liquidy. It's more like kind of got the consistency of like hard candy you leave out in the sun and it starts melting. That's kind of what I'm looking for. That gooey kind of situation. Like you can see now that it's actually turning the tip of the brush gray. You can see that different color gradient. That tells me that plastic is breaking down. And that's what I want, because I want it to be gooey and goopy so that I don't have to hold this piece here forever until it dries. I can just set it in, line it up, and boom, Bob is your uncle. See? It's all where I want it, just like that. So, I'm going to pick out this scroll here real quick. Then I'm going to hit it with the global wash, and maybe, just maybe, the next live stream will be me doing the weapon. How about that? So we are going to do this. It's pre-mixed for airbrush, so it's very wet. A touch of white. That should be plenty. Yeah, that's about the color I'm looking for. So this is going to come out kind of skin tone at first, but it'll begin to make sense here in a minute. You can see I'm trying to be really gentle about this, and I'm moving it around so I can see where it starts and ends, right? Because I want to make sure that I'm being accurate with that line. It's a very sharp point on the model. And so what I want to try and do is pick that out. Then we're going to come back over on this side. And you can kind of see I'm just sort of laying the brush in here. That helps keep the point accurate. So if I can get it to autofocus just long enough, I'm going to take the brush and I'm actually just going to lay it down right over the top, right? So that's all I'm doing is I'm laying it down on the surface that I want the paint. That significantly improves the sharpness of that point without me constantly having to like fight the tremors of the hand trying to get these details in here. So if I can get this, here we go. There's that. And that. There's the scroll done, right? Nice and easy, real simple. Haven't decided what I'm going to put on the scroll just yet, so I'm going to leave it as is. But, moment of truth. I'm going to hit it with that oil wash, and you get to see how it ties all of this together. So, here we go. Way too heavy on the pigment there. Yeah, Huh. See the joys of oil washes. Right? That's way too dark. I can just come in here with some mineral spirits. And I can just drag away from that point and apply that finish elsewhere. Helps out a lot to be able to just quickly drag away any excess. So you can see it's really bright, but it's toning down that blue. It's still present. You can still kind of make it out, but it's not screaming a highly saturated blue color anymore, which is kind of what I'm aiming for. I want something that has a slight blue hue, not faded blue. So you can see how on the holster it's kind of coffee staining just a little bit. So I'm going to drag that out. That looks a bit better now. At least on my side, that looks a little bit better. I will say the camera is picking up some details that the eye most certainly does not. So if you look very carefully at that upper corner, just under the handle, just under the grip, you can see how it kind of looks like dots of pigment hanging out in there. Yeah, I don't see any of that with the naked eye. So I don't know if the camera's playing tricks on us, if my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm going to trust my eyes. All right. It's very important to remember what your quote exposure media is going to be, right? So, yes, I'm painting these for the videos, but in the end, I want people to see these with the unaided eye, right? And just let all the details sort of soak in instead of doing super high res, super detailed, like in tight photography. See, now it's doing that pigment thing where it's separating. Now my eye could see it. So we're going to come back in one more time. I'm just going to drop this brush in there, nice and flat. And you see how this is turning out? So like, yeah, he looks all beat up and he's very, very glossy at the moment. But what the camera isn't really picking up, except for right here for some reason, is there's a bit of that brown tone finally showing up, right? And in person, you can see that brown tone, but the camera is only picking it up in like one or two spots, right? So you can see he looks all beat up and torn up, right? And that's kind of the idea I'm going for here. Now, oops, done goofed. It's not the end of the world, but definitely an oops. Anyways, the final piece I think I'm going to do for this before quote cutting y'all loose is I'm going to do my favorite exhaust highlight, right? So we're going to take this orange, we're just going to water it down, insert it into the exhaust venting like that. And you can see how it suddenly brings so much more character into the model just by doing that. Just by introducing that orange, it drastically changes the overall appearance of the model from the 6 o'clock position. For example, you see, not a whole lot going on, and this actually looks exciting. So the idea is with Warhammer, you have all these details, but you have to choose what details you really want to draw the eye to, right? Like, that's where the fantastic, over-the-top Warhammer like Golden Demon painters really stand out from the crowd is they know how to make these details stand out so vividly on a complete model where you can have like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14 different details on a model and make it interesting. Like your eye gravitates over to the heel and you're like, wow, that's a lot of chipping. Then you move up and you're like, whoa, that's a lot of shading on the pistol holster. And there's, whoa, all the exhaust. And then you got the rivets and everything else going on, right? So the whole trick of it is try to make it so that then your eyes keep moving throughout the model and checking everything out instead of just going, like, for example, this guy, I kind of screwed him up, right? Because he's got this big old brass rangefinder in front of him, and it's like, whoa, he's got a big rangefinder, but there's not a whole lot of detail elsewhere. Now you can see here on the back of the jacket that that wash is getting really heavy, right? And that's not how heavy I really wanted this to go. So I guess this is what I'll leave you with for today, is cleaning that up just a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our flat brush, right? We're going to take some of the mineral spirits again, right? And we're just going to massage that in until we get the transparency that we're hoping to get as a filter instead of a complete coat. Now watch this. It immediately thins that out. You see how quickly that just came back to something usable and salvaging this process. Try doing that with an acrylic. Really, like, don't get me wrong, I can see it working, but you're going to be massaging that paint for a couple minutes trying to break that stuff loose again. And you're not really guaranteed to get it exactly how you want because now you've added all this water and the pigment is going to want to sit on top of that water. Whereas the pigment in oil washes likes to sit low. It likes to try and touch the surface of the model. So you can see here, I can just go back in and just gently sort of massage the staining where I want it, right? Just like that, it went from being overblown to under control, right? It's just some of the tricks you learn from screwing up, you know? Screw up enough times, you finally figure out how to do it right. Do it right enough times, and you'll figure out how to never screw it up. But, I truly appreciate y'all joining me today. And I hope y'all have great rest of your Saturday. I will be sure to announce the next live stream, hopefully 24 hours in advance, so that all of you who may want to participate at least have some sort of day to plan around it, instead of just, oh snap, he's live right now. So, again, I appreciate all of you, and I think that's where we're going to call it for today. Thank you guys. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I will be uploading some new content here very soon. Now that I have a little bit of time, I can actually focus on this stuff. And I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with me and listening to me ramble about nonsense and everything in between. But yeah, I'm hoping to have a F-14 Tomcat commission video here up shortly, if you want to see the detail that I'm putting into this thing. That's the kind of detail I'm putting into it. So here's hoping the customer is very pleased with the results. Fingers crossed. And yeah, I'll let you guys go. You have a good one. Thanks again.